Hey guys, so I'm back with another video, and in this series we are going to build a blog application using Blazor Server. So this is the app we are going to build. So it has let me log out first. Yeah, so it has this home page. These are our latest blog posts. We have this about section. This is a kind of static section. There is nothing on this. So on home page we have these categories section. So we can click on the categories to see the blog posts related to that particular category only. And if there is no blog post under that category, then we have this nice message: no blog post found, please check back later. And if we click on any of the blog post, it opens the detail page with this nice header section, these author of this blog post, category, published on, then introduction, and then complete uh, description, complete content of that blog post. And then we have this login section. So this is a single user blog application, so we can log in, and after login we'll be able to see other sections which are protected. So let me quickly log in. So after login, you see we have this name of the logged in user and these two menu items: manage categories and manage blogs. So for manage categories, we have this manage categories section, admin section. So here we can create a new category. So we have this nice dialog, and then we can edit any of the existing category as well. So we can change it. And after that, we have this manage blog section. So from here we can manage our blog posts. So we can create a new blog post from here, title, slug, that the URL of the blog post. Then we have these categories drop down. These categories are coming from this manage categories section. So we have all these categories. These are coming here. Enter manage blog and add new blog. Yeah, these categories drop down. It has all those categories. Then we can provide a short introduction, and then we can provide complete content of our blog. So this is a rich text editor. So we can apply all these bold, italic, underline. We can apply all these formatting here. And then we have this publish section flag, which allows to show and hide the posts from the end user, from the user of this blog. So let me show you quickly. So this Blazor server, under this Blazor server category, we have this blog, right? This post, Blazor 0.7 experimental release now. And if we go to home page, and then if we check the Blazor server, so we can see two posts here, but that post is not here because that is not published. And if we edit this blog post, let's come here, and if we publish it, save it. Now if we go to the home page and Blazor server, then we can see this post here. So this thing. And now one more thing I want to show you. So if we are on any category page where there are no blog posts under that category, and if we are logged in, then it shows no blog post found. Then it shows this click here to create a new blog button, because we have implemented it. If the current user is logged in and if he goes to one page where there are no blogs, he can create blog under that category directly. So that's all for this. We are going to build this using Blazor server with EF core, and we are going to implement all these routable components. We are going to use custom authentication state provider and multiple components, state sharing, authorized view. All these things we are going to use in this application. So let's get started. So I'm here in Visual Studio. Now I'm creating a new app. So Blazor server app. Next, and let me call it BlazingBlog. Next, and .NET 7. Authentication type none, because we will use our own custom authentication basically. Then create. So project created. We have all these default things. So first thing, we'll start with our database. So we will use EF core for this. So in order to use EF core, let's add the required NuGet packages first. So first thing, we need our entity framework core packages. So entity framework core, and from here we need EF core, relational, and then SQL server. So I am going to install SQL server only because it has a dependency of these two, so it will internally download these two as well. If you like explicit packages, then you can install these two as well, then SQL server. So I'm going to install SQL server. So let's install it. Okay, accept. And then second uh, package we need, that is entity framework core.tools, because we are going to use EF core code first approach. So we will use this tools package to use the migrations, to add the migrations and update the database. So for that we need this tools package, and we are good now. So we have these two packages installed. We need these two only. Save everything, close, and yeah. Now in this data folder, we'll create a new folder. Let's call it entities. And in entities, let's add the entities we need. So first entity we need, that is category. So category.cs. Let's add the properties. So first thing, we need an ID. Then second thing, oh, maybe you are not able to see this, right? Let me zoom it. 150, fine. So you should be able to see it now. So category, int ID, and then the second parameter, not parameter, second property, category name, and then third one we need category URL. So we are this slug URL, basically string. Okay, now let's use the data annotation. I like data annotations, but if you like the Fluent API, you could use that as well. So this is going to be key, and for name, although I'm using the nullable reference types, we have not applied this question mark here. So this is by default required, but still, to make it clear, I have added it required here. Then we are going to have a max length, and let's have it somewhat 100, and then Unicode. So this is not going to be Unicode for, in our case, if you allow to have category names, Unicode characters in category name, then you can omit this. The default value is Unicode true, so you can skip this. So how it works, Unicode, it basically, if we are setting it false, then it will generate it as a varchar column, and if Unicode is true, then it will use the n varchar. Okay, so this is fine, and let's copy this thing and then add it on the slug side as well, and we'll add, let's say, 125 characters, and this is also not going to be Unicode. So this is fine. Category. Then next we are going to have an entity for a user, and for user also we are going to have an ID. Then we'll have first name and last name, and after first name and last name we are going to have an email. And then for password, we are not going to use the plain password, so I'm going to use hashed password. So for that, let me have a salt and a hashed password column. So let's say hash only. And I think that's it for a simple blog application, this user. And then we'll simply add our data annotation attributes. So name, and I have this required max length, and let's have it somewhat 25, Unicode false. Same for last name, but with one change. Last name could be null. So max length 25 only, Unicode false, fine. And for this, let's have email required and max length. Okay, fine, 100 is fine. For salt, it is going to be required. Let's remove this Unicode and let's have maybe 30. And for hash, let's have it 100 only. This is going to be a hashed string. So user is also done. Now let me move it to its separate class, category user, and now the main blog post model. So public class blog post. This is the uh, main entity we are going to use, which will hold the complete blog information. So first thing, ID, then comes string, let's say title, then comes URL, that is slug. After that, we are going to have a category ID for this. So category ID, under which category this blog post is written, and then user ID who has written it. After that, we'll have that introduction text, and then we'll have the main content. After that, let's have some audit properties. So public int, and not int, let's have a boolean property for is published, to keep track if the property is published or if this blog post is published or not. Published is published, and then we'll have a date time property for published on. So this could be nullable, because if it is not published, then this published on property will have a null value, and it will have a value only when this is published is true. So before this, let me add one more property, that is for created on, when this blog post was created. And then I'm going to have one more, same date time, and this is also going to be nullable, modified on. So when this blog post uh, got modified basically. So let me move it to its separate class and move type to this blog post, fine. And here we have these two navigation properties. So let me add the main types, category ID and user ID. So for that, let me add a category here with category only, and let me make it virtual to allow it to lazy loading. And then same thing goes with user. So user ID, fine. Let me add the data annotations, key, then this title, let's have it required, and max length as, let's say, 120. Let me copy it, and the slug required and max length, let's say 150. Then introduction, it is up to you if you are allowing it nullable or not. For me, let's have it mandatory only required. So max length, let's have it somewhat 250. And then content, we'll have required only. We will not use max length here. Let it be the maximum length which this type supports. So in our case, it is going to be nworker 400, but because we are going to store the HTML from that rich text editor to this field, then we have created on, and everything is fine. Okay, so we are done with our entities. Now in order to work with these entities, we need a DB context. So for that, let's call it block context. And in order to use it as a DB context, we need to derive it from DB context. And then let me generate the constructor as well for this. And now after this, we'll simply have our DB set properties. So DB set category, and let's name it categories and copy it 2 more times. So then we have user, users, and then we have blog post. So blog posts. Fine. Now let's override the on configuring method. So I'm overriding this to have the logging enabled for us for this query logging. So whenever AEF core is trying to generate a query and trying to run it on the SQL side, we can see the that query for debug purpose. So if you want to, you can have it. If you don't want, you can skip it simply. So we have option builder dot, we have this log2 method, and this requires to this method we can pass an action. So in our case, that action is going to be console.writeLine. So it will write it, but it's a good, it's not a good practice to have this in production environment. So we can use this if debug and if, so it will log all the queries to console only if we are running it in debug environment. That means we are in development mode, then only it will log this, and in production it will not log this. Okay, this is fine. Now next thing is we need to add seeding data for user. So for category and blog post, we will have a UI to add this data, but for users, we'll ship our application with single user, which will be the default user in our case. So in order to add the seed data, let's override a method that is on model creating, and here we will add the seeding data. So for that, we can use model builder dot entity of type user, and we have this has data method, and in has data we can pass the data. So in our case, the data is going to be new user, and then we'll set the properties of this user. So let's say ID1, then email, let me add my email ID. After that, first name, last name. So let me add my name, Abhay, Prince. And after that, we have this salt and hash. So for now, let's have this some dummy text only. Salt and then hash. For now, I'm having this dummy text only, and we'll fix it later. So user is done. Now, okay, everything looks fine now. Next thing is, in order to use this DB context, we need to register it in program.cs. So before this app builder.build, let's register it. So builder.services. We'll use add DB context. The type is going to be this block context, and then we'll add our options to it. So options are going to be options dot use SQL server, and this SQL server, it requires a connection string. So this connection string, we are going to set it in our app settings file. So let's go to app settings.development.json file. Here we'll add a new node for connection strings, and let's name it blog only, and then connection string. So data source dot, you can use your connection string. So initial catalog, this is going to be name of the database. So let's have it BlazingBlog only, and then I am using Windows security, Windows authentication. So integrated security true, and then trusted connection true. And by default from EF core 7, EF core automatically uses the encryption for these connection strings. So in our case, we are not using it. So we can disable it using this encrypt flag. So encrypt false, but it's good idea to have the connection string encrypted for production environments for security purpose. But for now, we are on local. We are simply in development mode, so it should be good. Okay, fine. So we have this connection string ready. We need to use it in here. So for that, let's access this. So connection string, or let's call it block connection string. So we'll get it from builder.configuration.get connection string, and we need to provide the name which we have given here, this name. So blog. Now we have this block connection string ready. So in use SQL Server, we need to pass this one. And now our registration is ready. Everything looks fine now. Next thing, we need to add the migrations. So all these things currently in our code only, but we need this structure, this schema, these tables, these entity tables in our database as well. For that, we'll add migrations. So let's go to this, open this package manager console, and here we'll use one command, add migration, then name of the migration. So let's say initial migration, enter. It will generate a migration. And it has generated this migration. It created a new folder on our root, that is this migrations folder. Then it created this migration. If we check in up method, it is creating a table categories with varchar 100, varchar 125, and integer identity 11, then users table. And if you check here for category, because we set Unicode false, it uses this varchar. And for users table, for the email salt and hash, we did not set the Unicode false, so it uses that Unicode true, and it is using n varchar. Okay, fine. Then we have blog posts, and after that we have this insert data method, and it is inserting data for this users table, right? This data. So our migration is ready. Now we need to run this migration on our database in order to generate that database. So if database already exists, it will simply update the tables, and if database does not exist, it will first create the database, then run this migration. Okay, update database. So this is going to run this migration on our database. So there is some error, BlazingBlog. Okay, let me fix it. Okay, so it was left over from when I was testing it. So let's run update database again. This time it should work. And okay, it successfully created the database, inserted all this data. If you'll check some of the things, create table, it is running all these commands, all these queries on the database side. So now everything is fine. Let's rebuild the app, and it is working. So from database side, mostly we are done. Now we'll start working on the UI. So first thing, we'll start with our layout. So let's get continue. So we are here in main layout. So first thing, we don't need all of these things. We'll need the body. So this thing by default using the bootstrap. So we'll stick to bootstrap designing only. So first thing, let's fix the page title. And after that, in this div class page, first thing we'll have our navigation menu. So if you remember from the app, this thing, we need this one. So this is going to be our main top nav bar. So we'll have a component here, top nav bar, and then we'll have our body, that is this. So let me remove everything. So we will have top nav bar. After that, we'll have a div class, and let's say container fluid body. So body is under container fluid, so it uh, takes the complete screen space. And if there is any page which requires to be center or which is not required to stretch out to the complete width of our browser, then the child can easily use the container class, and it will have the gap from both horizontal sides from left and right. Okay, and after body, we'll have our footer. Okay, so in footer, let's have a simple P which says blog app built using Blazor Server by Abhay. So this is fine. Cool. And for this top navbar, let's create a new component in shared folder only. So shared, add, and razor component. And let's call it top navbar. Top navbar. And we should be good now. This is top navbar. Go to main layout and let's remove this comment and let's use the top navbar component directly here. Fine. So we have added this. Now we don't need this nav menu. So let's clean this up, remove this nav menu, and then survey prompt. We don't need this one as well. Clean this up. And from pages, we have index page, and on index, we are using the survey prompt. So we don't need this as well. Let's remove this. Counter will not use this component. Remove this. Fetch data will not use this. Delete this as well. And from our data folder, we have weather forecast.cs and weather forecast service.cs. So we are not going to use these two. So delete these two as well. We are cleaning up the files. And when we remove that, then it is going to freak out. Yes, this add singleton, this service. So let's remove this as well. And now app should build successfully and we should be able to run it. So let's run the app. Okay, app is here. So it looks ugly because we have not set anything so far. So we'll start designing our app. So first thing, we need to have our color, that purple type of color which we are using in our header, this color. This color. So let's go to our project and let's add this color to this top navbar. And in top navbar, we are going to have a full width container. So div class container fluid, and we need that background color here. So background color, or instead of this, let's use, so we are going to use that color at other places as well. So let's go to www.root css and site.css. This is the default styling, and we'll add root selector here. So I'm adding this so that we can have our CSS variables here. So we can define CSS variables under this root. So let's call it color purple, something like this, and then paste this. So we can use this variable throughout our app. And if tomorrow if we decide to change the color, we'll simply change it from here. So it will reflect at all other places. Okay, so let's go to our top navbar, and here we can use that color with let's say in style, background color. And to use CSS variables, we need to use var, then our variable name, that is color purple. This. And then for now, let's have a simple text here, top navbar, and let's see if that thing is working. We cannot see it. Let's restart the app. So app is here, and we can see this top navbar and this thing, and it is like this. It should not be like this. So what is the issue here? Mainly, okay. So the issue here is we have this CSS file here, main layout.razor.css. So for this, I don't think we need any of this. So let's get rid of this. Save. We removed everything. And now we can see our top navbar here. Fine. Next thing, let's move this footer to the very end. Right? So this footer, we need to move it to the bottom. So for that, what we can do, we can have the flex box. Okay, this main layout razor, right? On this only. And if we check our main layout.razor, we have this page. So for this page, or we can use CSS bootstrap classes. So dflex is for display flex. Fine. And after that, on this top navbar, okay, maybe let's go to this top navbar here. Let's copy this for now. Come here and move this top navbar under this section. Fine, and in here we'll directly have our content. And in here we'll have this. So now we have three children on this page. This deflex, first is this header, this top navbar, second is body, and third is footer. So we have specified deflex, and then we'll set the flex grow 1 on this one. So flex grow 1, so that it takes the complete height aside from these two height. Let's save it and let's check how is it looking. So app is here, and it did not change anything. And what is the issue? Okay, issue is the default flex direction basically. So we need to add flex column, and now we should be good. So flex column, by default flex row is there, so we'll have a flex column. Okay, and after that have it here. Now let's see, flex grow 1, flex 1. Okay, maybe we need to set the height. Fine, let's not use this, but we'll use So let's, okay, we'll maybe work on this later. So that the point here is we need to set the height for this middle body section. So the way we are going to do it, that style will set, let's say min height, or maybe we have another approach. Let's move this footer to the variable. Let's fix this always, right? So do we have some fixed class? Fixed bot. Let's see if, yeah, it is getting fixed to the bottom. This is fine. Okay, fixed bottom. Now we need to move it to the center. So on this only, let's use text center. Fine. Let's add a background color to this. So we'll say BG gray. For now, let's have BG info. This is, and here we'll use one of the bootstraps colors. So we have these gray colors, these CSS variables, right? So we can use one of this. So let's use this one, BS gray 200. So on here, instead of this BG info, let's remove this and let's add one more style, background color, and we'll use that CSS variable like this. And then we need to move it to the center vertically, right? It is here, it should be in center vertically. So for that, what we can try, we can set display flex, and then we can set align items to center. Align items center to align, to move this to center vertically. Okay, color is fine, but what is the issue here? It is getting this margin bottom. Okay, it is getting margin bottom, but deflex align item center, and let's add justify content center as well to center it horizontally. Okay, and now we see this because of the margin bottom. So let's remove that margin bottom. So for that we can have a class MB. I don't know if you are able to see this now, maybe margin bottom 0, maybe M hyphen B 0. No, what is the name of the class for margin bottom? MB0 margin bottom 0. Yeah, it is margin bottom 0. Then what is it? Oh, sorry, I should add it on this P section. So margin bottom 0. Okay, let's go to our code, and after align item center we'll set justify content center, and on this P we'll have MB0, and then let's have a padding of 2 from all sides, or let's say PY, we need vertically too. Let's check. Yeah, it looks good now. Okay, it's here. Fine. Now we'll design this main menu bar. So let's start. What we can do, let me have it here only, and I'll put it here so that we can see the changes in real time. Fine. So let me go to the top navbar, or before that, let me move these styles to the CSS file. So on main layout, we have this background color of this. So let's go here and we'll add, let's say BG purple class, and here we'll set this background color. So here we'll use our basic purple class and we'll remove this style. And same thing we have here also, but this is bg gray. So let's add a class here, footer, and then we'll move this style to footer class. So we'll come here, footer, and we should be good now. Save all, and everything is still looks same. Fine. Now let's come to this top nav bar. First thing here, we need a div class container, and in this container, first thing we need our heading. So in this container, let's add a header element, and in header, first thing we need that our name of the application. So for that we'll use nav link component so that we can click on it and navigate to the default page, the home page basically. So using this nav link, it will generate anchor tag, but the benefit is anchor tag will reload the page, but this nav link, it is going to use the Blazor router, so it will not reload the whole page. It will simply change the route and load the component whatever required for that particular route. So href. Okay, fine. And now let's add the BlazingBlog name here. So we have this BlazingBlog now. Now we'll design it. So for that, let me add couple of CSS classes. So first class, we need to make this color white. Then we don't need this underline under this BlazingBlog. So let's use the text decoration none class. Fine. Now we need this to bigger. So let's use FS4, font size 4. Fine. And we need it as bold. So for that we have a class already, that is FW and bold, font weight bold. Okay, cool. So we have all these classes. After this, we need our menus here, that home, about, and all those menus. For that, we'll use a UL here with allies, and these allies are going to have again nav link. So first nav link, we'll use the same slash for home. So if we save it, we can see this nav link here. And on this nav link, we need to add classes. First thing, we need it as white, and we don't need the decoration here, that underline. So text decoration none, or we can use the nav link class here. Nav link, so it removes the decoration and all those things. So we are good now. Let me copy this one more time, and we'll have about section here. Save it, and now we have this about, but it is in this vertical format, but we need this horizontally. So for that, on UL, we'll add a class nav. We are here. Now on this screen, we need this thing to be side by side with this BlazingBlog, right? So for that, on this header, let's add couple of classes. So first thing, we'll use display flex. Good. Next thing, we'll use the spacing between these two. So let's say justify content between. Fine. So there is space between these two. Home and about, these two links. For about, we'll use nav link href / about. Fine. And after that, we need that login logout button, right? at the end, or before that let me use those two links as well. For now I am having these links directly here, but because we have not set up our authentication yet, so manage categories, so we'll fix these once we add logic for our authentication and authorization. Then we'll show these links dynamically. So home about will always be there, but this manage category and this one more blogs, these two links, manage categories and manage blocks, these two will be visible only if the user is logged in. So we'll do this thing later, but for now we're designing it so that that's why I'm having this directly here for now. And after this I'm going to have that login button. So for that, after this UL, let's add a div with, let's say, text and class, and here I will have the nav link with href /login, so that we navigate to login page using this. And we'll have couple of classes here, so we'll make it look like a button. So btn primary, and I guess this is fine. That's all. So we have this login button. Now everything looks fine. We just need some uh, padding from top and bottom. So for that, let's add the padding on this header class. So let's have it something like py3. Okay, looks good. Okay, it looks good on this screen. Now let's see how responsive it is. So if we shrink it, the screen size is getting smaller, then it is somehow breaking. What we need, it should move to the next line, it should flow to the next line. So for that, what we can do on this header, on this dflex, we'll add a flex wrap class. So it will wrap it to the next line tool. So BlazingBlog and everything looks fine here. But now one more thing, we need everything to move to center in this case when the screen is smaller. To do this, we can use justify content between. Instead of between, we can use center. So justify content center. It is in center. It looks good. But if we increase the size again, then also it is in center. So what we need on smaller screens, it should be center aligned, but on bigger screen, it should be the same, the space between, right? So for that, what we can do, justify content center, this is default, but we'll use one more class which is justify content between, but we'll add md here. So justify content md between. So it is like this on bigger screen between, but when we reduce the screen size, so on smaller screens it will be center. So everything looks fine now, right? So header is done. Right now if we click any of this, it is navigating to that, but if you see here, it is loading and there is nothing on this address because we have not defined any route, right? First thing, we need to add a new razor component in pages folder. So let's add that razor component and we'll name it login only. So login, and we need to make it routable by adding @page directive on this page and /login. Save it, and if we run the app now here, and now if we click on login, it will navigate to this login page, this page. If we click on any other page, then it will. Now let's start designing this page. So first thing, we need a login model. So for that, let's add a new folder. Let me stop the app, create a new folder, and we'll name it models. And in models, we'll create a new class, and let's say login model. And this is going to have two properties. So first one is for username, and the second one is going to be for password. Let's add data annotation validations. So it should be required. And then it will be an email address, and data type is going to be email address. And then I think that's fine. And for password, we'll have required. And then let's say min length of 5, at least 5 character password we need. And that's fine. Now we'll use this login model in our page. So let's go to login.razor, and here first thing, let's have a private login model, and let's call it model only, and we'll initialize it with default value. And now we'll use the we'll use default card design from Bootstrap to design our login page. So for that, first thing, let me run this so that we can see the design output in real time. App is here, login, and in login, let's say mhm, like this. Okay. Now let's see. First thing, we need div class container. Div class container. Next thing, we'll use uh, div class card, and this card, it comes from the Bootstrap. Before that, let me have let me have card only. Div class card, and this inside this card we'll have three sections. So div class, first one is card header, then second one card body, and then third one card footer. So in card header, let me have the simple login text, save it, and we can see it coming. So login, and in footer we'll have a button. So button type submit, class btn primary, and then login button. So login button, and let's say not btn primary, btn success, fine, and btn sm, smaller, fine. So we have this button. Now we need this card body, and now if you see, we have button inside this card footer, this different section, and we are going to have our form inside this section. So we cannot have our edit form control here because we need to submit the form. So for that, let's wrap this complete uh, card in that edit form, or maybe let's wrap this complete container and move this here. Fine, edit form, and edit form needs a model. So model, we already have this underscore model. We are going to use this one model. And now in this card body, let's have our username and password fields. So for this, let me have div class and margin bottom 3, Then we'll have a label here with class form label, and we'll name it, let's say username, save, and it is coming. Then we'll have a field for uh, username, so we'll say input text, and we'll bind its value with the underscore model dot username. And then we'll have a placeholder, and before placeholder, let me add a bootstrap class that is form control, and then a placeholder text, let's say enter username, save, input text, what is the issue, edit, input text, okay, it looks fine, what's the issue, save it, let me rerun the app is here, login, and we have this username section here. Fine, next let me copy this for password, but before that we are going to use data annotation validation. So after this edit form, let me add data annotation validator, so it will allow us to enable the data annotation validations, and if there is any error in this input text, then we'll use this validation message element. It needs an for, not validation summary, validation message. It needs an for attribute, for parameters, so we'll give it underscore model dot username. Fine, now we'll simply copy this div and paste it for password. Password model dot password, model dot password. Then in placeholder, enter password. And one more thing, on this input text, we'll set the type HTML attribute to password to make it password. Save it, and we can see these two things now. And if we click on login, then data annotation validations are also working. If we add some invalid text, so it will say invalid email. If we do this, so it is saying that it should be at least 5 characters. You can modify these these error messages on this model only. You can add the error messages, but for now I'm having it default only. Okay, fine. Now first thing, let's have some space from this top section. So on this container, we'll add, let's say MT5, and we have this spacing from here. And on smaller screen this looks okay, but on larger screens this does not look that good. So we can have, fine, we can define the maybe max width for this login container. So on this card, maybe let's define a style and max width, let's say 450 px. There could be another approaches as well, but for now I'm having this only. So we have this, but we need this to be in center horizontally, right? So we have multiple approaches. We could have inside container, we could have row and then column offset, but I'm using this. So on this container MT5, I'll use display flex and then justify content center. So it will move to center on all the screens. So this looks good. Fine. Now the login UI is here. Now when we click on login, it should login, right? It should navigate to the home page. So for that, let's inject the navigation manager. So navigation manager, navigation manager, we'll call it this only. And when we click on this login, and if it passes all the data annotation validations, so on valid submit, we'll call a method, let's call it login async, and we'll create this method here. So private async task login async here. And for now, let's mimic a delay, await task dot delay of, let's say, 5 seconds. And after 5 seconds, we want user to navigate to the home page. For that, we have this navigation manager dot navigate to, and we have this slash, so the home page. Save it, fine, and let's log in, email, login. Is it doing something? Maybe we have clicked multiple times and null reference because it does not come here. Okay, maybe we clicked on it multiple times, and after it was awaited from here, and it, so the first request came through this, it navigated to this one, then second request came through this. At this point of time, this component does not exist, so it is throwing this exception. So we need to handle this as well. So for handling this, we'll somehow make sure that it should the button should disable until we have clicked it, and if we don't have any response yet, then it should be disabled. So for that, let's uh, have a private bool property, and let's call it is processing, and the default will be false. And when we came here, we will set is false is processing to true. Okay, and then we'll have a try catch, and in try, after doing this, we don't need to do anything, but if there is any error, then we'll not throw it, and we'll set is processing to false again, so that user can do something about it, right? When this is processing was true, we need to disable this button. So we have two approaches: either we can directly disable it, or we can have some other indication. So for that, let's do one thing. Let's have some overlay processing logic for this when it's processing the request, right? So let's do this. So we are on login page. On max width 450. So let's use this width only, not max width. Okay, cool. Now, before this edit form, let's say if is processing, then we'll have one overlay here. So let's say a class overlay. Then we'll have our loading text here. So loading text, and before this loading text, let's have one more element, and we'll call it loading wrapper. Loading wrapper, and this loading text, and let's have it logging in dot dot dot. Fine. Now we'll have couple of, we have these classes. Let's have the CSS properties for this. So first thing, let's have a style here, style type text CSS. Okay, and first thing, for this overlay, let's have it overlay at position fixed. Do we have seen the bootstrap classes for this position fixed? I know we have. Do we have left or right classes? Left or L0, something like this? No. Okay, position fixed. And then we'll have, we want to cover the entire screen. So we'll use left 0, right 0, top 0, and bottom 0. Then we'll have background as black, left, right. Color black. And we'll have opacity for this, opacity to make it kind of transparent. So let's have 0.5. And now I think we are good. To check it, let's set is processing true so that we can see this thing. Overlay, is it working? No, right? Left 0, right 0, position fixed. Everything looks fine. Z index, if we make it 1. No, let's see what is the issue here. So this thing before this login form, before this card form and style, we have container flow. We have style, but we don't have this because its processing is not true. But we set it true. That means it did not pick up the change. Let's restart. So it's here, login, and yes, now we can see it. Okay. So first thing we have this, and this footer is coming on top of this overlay, but this overlay should be on top always. So we are going to use, let's say 2000. And this is not a magic number. Bootstrap mostly uses 1049, then 10504, all these, their alerts, modals, and all those things. So we need to show our overlay on top of everything. That's why I'm using this 2000 range. So let's have this and we are good. So this thing is working, overlay is here, but now we need this text logging in to center of the screen. So for that, on this loading wrapper, we can say deflex, then justify content center, align items center, logging in is here now. After that, we need this logging in text to be a bigger. So let's say F as 1. Then the color should be white. So text white. And we cannot see that because it is behind the overlay, we could say. So on this loading wrapper, we'll have a Z index greater than this overlay. So we'll have Z index at 2001. And it is not coming, and why so? Let's see, where is it? Let's see, change this color to something like, let's say text. Do we have this text red? Yes. Text black, which is default. So logging in, this is here, but we need this loading wrapper to save this position fixed and this left, right, top, bottom, zero, all this. So position fixed. Then let's add these things here as well. And now we can see it here. Now let's change the black to white. And now we can see it here. So everything looks good design wise. This is coming along. Now if for now, let's Again, change it back to false. We are adding this manual delay here. So first, let's see the happy flow. So we'll save everything. We'll rerun the app. This time, when we click on login button, it should wait for 5 seconds. It should show that logging in loader there, and then it should navigate to the home page. So we added this. It's logging in. After 5 seconds, we cannot click anywhere on the screen. Now it navigated to the home page. Now let's see if we have some error. So let's throw from here. So throw new exception, test exception. Right, let's restart it. It's here, login. Let's do this and login. Now if we log in, there's nothing. And if we add a breakpoint, we can see it will come here. It will show this. And we cannot see that loading because it is happening so fast. We have this catch exception. In this case, we should also have error property here. So let's have it error, and the default is going to be null only. And let's do this, right? Await first, then throw the exception. If it came to catch, we'll simply do this and we'll set the underscore error to whatever error message we have, and then we'll display this error message. So maybe on top or on bottom, anywhere, it's up to us where we are displaying it. So let's display it inside card body only. So we'll say div class mb3, or we don't need this. We'll check if not string dot is null or white space is error. If it had some value, then we'll show class in red color this underscore error. We'll show this. Okay, and whenever we are clicking on login, at that time we'll set underscore error again to null. So this time, first thing, this time it will show error. Let's run it. App is here. Go to login, add the credentials, and we click on login. It is trying to log in, and after 5 seconds there is an exception, so it will throw the exception. It will remain on the same page with this text. And if we remove this throw, now everything is in happy flow. Now if we log in, it is trying to logging in, and after 5 seconds login was successful. It navigated to the home page. So that means login flow and this UI is working. We are going to work on the, I think, most important part of this application, the authentication basically. So for that, let's start. So first thing we need to, let's create a new folder for services. Here we'll have all the services which we are going to have. So first thing we need to have a, let's say, user service. Let's create it, create a class, and we'll say user service. And in here we have our database context. So we will inject that. What was the name of our context again? Block context. So block context. Let's create a global import file. class global using, and let's use that global using BlazingBlog dot models dot services dot entities, and I think we are good now. So block context, fine. Now here we'll have one method, public async task, which is login async, and here we'll have our username and password. So let's check on our login page. We had this login model, so we'll use this only. So instead of having this, let's have a login model directly, and let's call it model only. And now we'll use this. So db user await db context dot users dot as no tracking, because we are not tracking the changes, because we are not going to modify something here. We simply need the read from database only. So there is no point of adding tracking behavior here. Then we'll use where, so u goes to u dot, we are using email for the login as username, model dot username. And for now I am not using the password, but we'll do it later. So if you remember, in our entity of user we had the salt and hash, so we are actually going to implement hashing for login. So that's why for now I'm just having simple check with email only, not with password, because I have added this dummy salt and hash. Okay, so after this we should be having this first or default, or let's use this here only. So we have db user here. Now we'll check if this db user is not null, that means login success. Okay, and if that's not the case, then login failed. Fine. So if the login is successful, we will return something from here. And that model, let's create that model in models only. And we are going to use that model for our authentication purpose on the Blazor side as well. For now, we just need, let's create it as a record struct, and this is going to be logged in user. And here we need user ID and a display name. We need only these two things. But in a bigger application, you might need to have role as well, and maybe some other details, that avatar image and all other things. So you can modify it as per your requirement. But for me, this is fine. Logged in user with user ID and display name. That should work in our case. So let's go to our user service, and here we'll return this, return new logged in user, and we'll get user ID from our DB user, and then DB user dot our display name. So let's get the display name. Display name should be first name space last name, but last name is actually optional, nullable. So we'll do something like this. db user dot first name, then space last name, and then we'll apply trim here. So if we have given both of these, first name and last name, then it will have no effect. And if the last name is null, in that case it should be first name space then nothing then dot trim. So trim is going to trim out the space, so this will simply have first name. Okay, so this is fine. And if that's not the case, okay, let's return this. And if that's not the case, if login failed, we'll simply return, let's say, null from here. And let's add nullable here. And now we should be good. So login async, we are getting this. Now next thing is, if we really want to use this login functionality, we can directly use this on our login page, but that way we won't have that authentication properly set up. So now we are going to see how can we set up the authentication state and all those things in Blazor. So for that, let me create a new folder and let's call it authentication. And here we'll create a class, let's say authentication service. Okay. And for this authentication service, we'll inject the user service here. We'll use this user service. And here again, we'll have class. So we'll have a method for login. So let's say public async task logged in user, and let's say get user async. And here we'll have our login model. Okay, now we'll access the logged in user. Logged in user equals, it will be await user service dot login async and then login model. Now we have two things, either this logged in user will be null or it will have a value if the credentials were correct. In this case, if the username was correct, right? So for now, let's return this only, logged in user, and let's make it nullable here. We'll fix it later. Now we need our custom authentication state provider. So by default, Blazor gives us authentication state provider, but it's recommended to create a subclass of that and then use that. So we'll use it, let's say blog authentication state provider. And this should be derived from authentication state provider. Authentication state provider. Fine. And we need to implement it. And we have this one method get authentication state async. Here in this class, we will inject our authentication state. Not authentication state, authentication service. Authentication service. And so we have authentication service here. Now inside this get authentication state async, we need to get the authentication state. We need to provide a way by which we can get the authentication state. So here we'll access the user and we'll say await authentication service dot. Now we need this user. get user async. But the problem here is it requires login model, that login username and password, but we don't have this here, right? So this get authentication state async, it should have some automatic mechanism. So how this is going to work? Blazor is going to call this method whenever it is trying to check the current authentication state. It might be automatic, some periodic, some whenever we are simply the component is re-rendering, or maybe we are switching from navigating from one page to another. So this thing is going to be called multiple times from server and from client, both the sides. So if you know Blazor server, first it renders things on the server, then it returns, then it generates the connection, the signal or connection, then logic happens. The most of the work happens on the server side only, and we pass the output to the client using the signaler. So it can work on both the sides. Now the only way we need to, we are going to use a persistent state for this, because let's say I log in, then I simply refresh the page, so there is no point of logging the user again if he already logged in, right? So we should have a mechanism when user logs in, it should save the state somewhere, and in this case it should be on client side, on browser side only. So if I refresh the page, it can get the state from the browser, and then it can check if the user is logged in or not. So for that we need to somehow store the state on the client side. So we'll go to our authentication service again, and here we'll use a service which is protected local storage. Protected local storage. So local storage is the browser's local storage. We don't need session storage because we want it to be persisted. Then protected, it is a kind of wrapper which stores the data in an encrypted format. So data will not be in direct. So if you know how browser's local storage works, it simply has plain key value pair of data. But protected local storage, it is going to encrypt that data. Okay, so let's use this. Create and assign, and we are good. We have protected local storage. Here we need to have let's say helper methods to set the user to the local storage, get the user from the local storage, and remove the user from here, right? So let's have these methods: public, async, task. Let's say first thing we need to save it. So save user to, let's say, storage, or let's say save user to browser storage. Okay, save user to browser storage, and the user is going to be logged in user. Now we need to have some common key. So for that, let me have a private const string here, and let's say user storage key. User storage key, it can be anything. Let's say blog user, we can have it whatever we want. And in this set user to browser storage, now we'll use our protected local storage dot set async, and we should be good. So set async user storage key and then user. Next thing we need to have this, because this local storage, it cannot have complex objects, it can have simple strings. So we need to serialize this value so that when we are trying to fetch the data from storage, we should be able to deserialize it. So for that, let's have a private serializer settings here. JSON serializer options. We'll have the default JSON serializer options. Let's have default only. We don't need to have. I am having it as a separate uh, variable instead of directly using it here. JSON serializer dot serialize. So first is object value, which is this thing, and I'm not using any these JSON serializer options insert directly here because we need to have the same options when serializing and deserializing. So it's better to have it common at a centralized place so that we can use it from both the places. And now we should be good. We have set it to the database, not database, the browser storage. Fine. Next thing is we need to read from here, right? So let's say public async task, and we'll read it and return the actual object that is logged in user. So let's call it read from browser storage. Browser storage. Okay. And we don't need any parameter here. So here, first thing, we'll have, let's say, the result, or let's say data, storage data. So we'll use await protected local storage dot get item, that's get async, and it will always give us string because we have serialized the data. It requires a key, so we are going to use this key only. Now if we look into get async, it gives us protected browser storage result, and if we check this struct, it has success and value, these two properties. So success indicates whether the operation was successful or not. So we need to check if the result was successful or not. So let's say storage result, or let's call it result only. So we'll check here if result dot success. If we if the operation was successful, then we'll do our thing. And in addition to this, let's have one more check here. We'll check if we actually got the data. So success indicates the operation was success if the data is actually there. So result dot data, which is result dot value, which is string in this case. So we are checking if the value actually exists, that is not null or not white space, right? Now we checked it. Next thing is we need to get actual logged in user here. So for that, we know we have this result dot value, but this is a string. So we have serialized it. Now we need to deserialize it. So we'll use the same JSON serializer dot deserialize, and here, cool, logged in user result dot value, and it's better to pass this JSON serializer options. So if we want to somehow add anything here, let's say we want to have it indented, or maybe we have to um, use some different casing for any purpose. So it's better to, in that case, we'll simply have to add the settings at one place only, and it will be reflected in serializing and deserializing for both the use cases. Okay, fine. So we have logged in user now. Now we can simply return it. Now, what if we could not get it? In that case, we'll simply return null. So it should be nullable. Now, here is one problem. And the problem is, as I already mentioned, this thing, all these things can be called from server and from client, both the places. But if this thing is getting called from the server, there this protected local storage does not exist because there is no browser on the server side, right? That is simply ASP.NET Core runtime. So we can get something from memory, but we don't have browser. So how it works, it will first try to get the value at server side, then it will again access it from the browser. So if it is accessing it from server side, we need to handle that case. So in that case, it simply throws an exception, that is invalid operation exception. EX. So we don't need this exception because we know that this is going to be from server side only. So let me simply, let's say, it out this exception. As we know, this will occur when this method is being called from server where there is no browser and local storage. And we can add notes here that don't worry about this, as this will be called from client side, a browser side as well. Browsers after this. So we will have the data there. So we are good. So we are good to ignore this. Fine. Okay, and now we have all this thing in place. Next thing is we have saved the user, we have read from the user. Now let's have one more. For logout case, we need to remove the user from the local storage. So public async task, let's say remove from browser storage. Fine. So await, and we don't need any specific key because this is going to be per user basis. So we can directly remove that. So we have the protected local storage, that something delete async, and here we just need to pass the key. Now we are good with our local storage setup. So data persistent is fine. Now we need to, where is save? Yeah, we need to save the user when we are logging, right? When the user is logging, at that time it should save to the browser storage, right? So here in logged in user, let's say logged in user is not null. If it is not null, we simply are going to save user to browser storage, and here we just need to pass our logged in user, this object. And what is the issue? Okay, nullable. So we need to pass logged in user dot value. So now when user is logging, we logging into the system, then we'll first try to log in. If the user, we found the user was successfully logged in, then we'll simply save that value to the browser storage so that we can refetch it. Fine. Now we are good here. Let's go back to our authentication state provider. Now instead of this authentication service.get user async, what we are going to do, we are going to get the user from the browsers, right? So read. Let's change it to get only. That would make more sense, right? So to authentication state again, and instead of read from browser storage, let's rename it to use get user from browser storage async. Yeah, save user to browser storage async, this is also an async method, and remove user from browser storage async. Remove user from browser storage async. Yeah, now we are good. So let's go here, and now we'll use our method get user from browser storage async. Now we need to check if we got the user, if user is not null. That means user is already logged in and we have the user's state in our browser's local storage. So we can use this user directly from here. And in order to do this, we have authentication state, and if we check it, this authentication state requires a claims principal. So let's create the claims principal here. Claims principal equals new claims principal. Cool. Now we'll simply have this claim principal here, like so we'll say claims principal. It requires an identity. So first let's create the identity, where identity equals new claims identity, and in this claims identity we can give list of claims. So we are going to use this. So let's have a new array, and the claims we need to have two claims. So first claim is, because we know in our user, this logged in user, it has two things, ID and display name. So we are going to set these two things. So first let's set ID, and ID we'll save it under claim types dot name identifier. That is the unique identifier for this. So we have user dot user ID, or what is this? User dot value dot user ID dot toString. And the next claim we need, that is name, which is display name. So which is already string, so we don't need to convert it to string. And our claims identity is ready. And after this we have authentication type as well. So it's always better to have the separate the specific authentication type to avoid clashes. So we'll have a private const here, private const string, let's say blog authentication type, and we'll say, let's say blog auth. We can name it whatever we want. So let's use this as a second parameter here. Fine. Now we need to use this identity to fill the claims principal. So for that we'll simply use claims principal. Let's pre-initialize it. New claims principal with, we have this I identity, right? So we can use this identity directly here. We can do this. Now we set the claim principal, but what if user was null? User was not logged in, maybe. So in this case, we'll have default value, which we already have, right? So I don't think we need this else case in that case. So we can simply return authentication state from here with claims principal. So this thing get authentication state async is done for us. Now next thing is, what if this state changes? So state changes means when we log in at that time it will change, and when we log out at that time it will change. So we need to somehow have the uh, mechanisms to notify the subscribers of this, in this case the Blazor's authentication, that cascading authentication state provider and all this, to know that authentication state has changed. So but before that, let's have a property here for which property, let's say of type logged in user. So we'll call it logged in user only, logged in user, so that we can directly access this logged in user. So it will have our user ID and display name, so we can directly access this, that we'll use. Now let's have it the setter to be private, and let's have a default value, user ID let's say 0, and display name string.empty, and yes. Now next thing is, in this based authentication state provider, we have an event which is authentication state change handler, authentication state changed. So an event that provides notification when the authentication state has changed, right? For example, this event may be raised if a user logs in or logs out. So we need to use this event to notify our users and to modify the, where is notify or modify this logged in user. So when user is logging in, then we'll add the current logged in user to this variable, this property, and when user is logging out, we'll simply clear this out with this default value, you could say. Fine. So for this, let's access that. So that was authentication state changed event, right? So we'll add a event handler for this, private void this one, and we have this task of authentication state task. How we can get the user? We can simply await it. So we'll say where authentication state, or let's say auth state equals await task. So how this is going to work? This will simply call this method. And from here, if the user is logged in, that means we have the user's data in browser storage. So it will simply come here and it will return it, the claims principal, and then we'll have in authenticate or this auth state variable here. Now, first thing we need to check if auth state is null, is not null. If it's not null, then now we don't need this. If it is null, then we will not do anything, and if it is not null, then we'll simply use our logged in user and we'll fill the value from here. So if we'll check auth state dot, we have this user property here, and this user is of type claims principal. So we need to get our logged in user object from these claims principles. So we know when we are creating the claims principal, we used uh, these two claim types basically. So when we are reading the data out from it, we'll again use the same thing, right? So before setting it, let's say, so we'll say, let's say user ID, we'll get it from auth state dot user dot. We have two approaches here. Because we have used name identifier and name, we can, I think, get, or let's say do the thing by which we can simply you find first value, and then we can simply add our claim types. So this user ID, we need this as integer. So convert dot to int, this find first value, it returns string, so we don't need the string. Okay, Now next thing, after user ID, we need display name. So that we can get using auth state user find first value, and here we'll use name this time because we have used this name when we set the value. Cool. And this should be display name. Display name. And now we can generate our logged in user using these two values, right? So we can say our logged in user, this property equals new logged in user, user ID and display name. We can omit this, and this is nullable, but we know we'll have value in this, so we can use this thing. Okay, fine. Did we miss something? I don't think so. Cool. Now we have attached this event handler in our constructor. So whenever we are attaching any event handler, so it's always a good approach to remove that event handler to avoid memory leaks. So we'll simply implement iDisposable and we'll add the dispose method here. And in this dispose method, we'll simply do the opposite of this. Here we are adding the event handler, and in dispose we'll simply remove this event handler. So now everything looks like everything is in place in this class. Fine, now I think we are good to use it. Let's try. But before that, let's add the logout functionality as well. Did we add login to this? So from our thing, we'll go to authentication state and we'll use get user is saying. Okay, let's go step by step. So next thing, we need to go to our login page. So go to pages, login.razor. And now here, but okay, I missed one thing. We need to inject this authentication service. So we need to register it in our program.cs. So we need to register all these three services we have created. First, we created our user service. So we'll say builder.services.add transient is okay for user service. User service. I have not added interface, but if you want to introduce unit test to mock this, you can add an interface and then you can register iUser service, comma user service. But for now, I'm using simply this user service. Next thing, I need to register builder.services. I need to register our authentication service, and it should be scoped, because we need to have the same instance throughout the request lifecycle, right? So throughout the multiple, or we could say Blazor server uses the same scope when dealing with all the signal or incoming and outgoing requests. So we'll use the same instance. So we can use authentication service, right? Authentication service. What is the issue? Authentication service, right? Authentication service. Okay, let's use it to global usings. Authentication service, fine. Now the most important part, by default Blazor uses this authentication state provider. Now we are saying that if we are modifying the Blazor's default functionality, that if it try to access this authentication state provider, will give it this blog authentication state provider service. So we'll give this service because our logic for logging in, for log out, we'll add it, and to get the currently logged in user, all these things are in our blog authentication state provider. Those does not exist in authentication state provider. So we'll do this. But before that, we will access this blog authentication state provider explicitly. So for that also we can register it. Then next we need to register authentication state provider, and for authentication state provider we need to pass the same instance we have from blog authentication state provider explicitly registered thing, right? So for that, if we check when we are registering a service, we have this func delegate, so it gets in the ICE service provider and it will return authentication state provider, that is this one. So what we can do, we will use this service provider and from this service provider we'll simply return service provider dot get required service blog authentication state provider. So we have registered this as scoped, then we are trying to register authentication state provider which Blazor is going to use, and if it will try to inject this, we'll actually provide the same instance of blog authentication state provider which we registered earlier, right? So we are getting it from the registered services. So this is all in place. Now let's go to the login.razor page, and on this login.razor page we'll simply use this. So where is our login.razor? Here it is. Cool. So when we clicked on this login async method, when we are dealing with this one, but okay, I missed one thing. When we are using authentication state provider, so we should go to app.razor, and here we'll add all this inside cascading authentication state, so that it can pass the complete authentication state to each and every page and component, and it can actually react to changes in different pages, so we can get all those running. Okay, on login we'll simply first, let's save it, go to login.razor page. Now in this login async method we need to use our authentication state provider and authentication state service, all those things. So let's first inject those. So inject blog authentication state provider, and let's call it blog auth provider, blog auth state provider. Cool. And now we'll come here when we are trying to log in, so we'll remove this. Now we don't need this one. Now we need to allow user to log in. So let's use blog auth state provider dot we have logged in property, get authentication state, and we don't have anything else, right? Okay, so we can get it from our authentication service, but it's better to have authentication service separate, and we'll use authentication service from blog authentication state provider only. So in this blog authentication state provider, let's add a method to allow user to log in. So we'll say public async task logged in user null label, let's say login async, and it will expect a login model, and from here we'll simply return the result from authentication state provider dot get user async, this one. So how this get user async works, it simply goes here, it's tried to login. Okay, this name does not make sense. Now we are just not just getting, we are allowing user to login, right? So it should change to login user async. Cool, because we are getting the data, then we are saving it to browser storage, then we are returning it. So it should have this login user async name. So authentication state service dot login user async login model, fine, and it will return nullable logged in user to the caller basically. And in this case, the caller is our login.razor page here. So we can have logged in user, not logged in user, login async, and then we can provide the this model here underscore model. Cool. And from this we will get our logged in user object, and let me await it. Fine. Now we have two things, either this logged in user will have a value or it will not have a value. So if we got some value, logged in user is not null, that means login was successful. If that was not the case, that means there was some error in the credentials. So we already have our underscore error variable here. So in else part, we'll say error equals, let's say, invalid credentials. Invalid credentials. Cool. If user was login successfully, in that case, in that case, we need to set it. Okay, first thing after this, we need to set is processing to false. And we need this navigate to here. If user was successfully logged in, then only we'll navigate the user. Or let's change this behavior from login async, because to get the user here, we should use authentication state provider only to get the current logged in user. So let's go here, login async, and that if and else check, let's have it here. So this if and else, right? So what we will do it like this. So we'll have it logged in user, we'll access it here, and then we'll add this if and else if logged in user. So instead of returning this logged in user, we'll simply return string from here, which will be the error message if we got any error message. So let's negate this. If logged in user is null, that means we could not get the user. Credentials were incorrect. So we'll return invalid credentials from here, and we'll return simply null from outside. So okay, so now login async is trying to log in, and if it was able to log in, it will return null, and if it was not able to log in, so that means in our case the credentials were incorrect, so it will return this. So let's go to the caller here. Instead of logged in user, we can say the underscore error directly. Cool. So if we got some error, then only it will set. If login was not successful, it will have that error message, and if it was successful, it will have null, right? So we don't want to see show the uh, error in that case. Cool. Now we'll check if this underscore error, if it had some value, if the string dot, if it is not null, it had some value, that means we got this some error. So we'll simply set is processing to false in this case, right? And we'll not do anything. If this was not the case, then we came to else part, and in else part we first need to get the user. And now here's the part, we'll get that user from where logged in user, we'll get this logged in user from this blog auth state provider dot logged in user, this property. So if we got this data from this logged in user is always had some value, right? So it has this default value. Okay, let's modify this read only struct, and here we can have a method public bool, let's say is empty, and it will be if the user ID is 0, or let's say it will be 0 the default value. If this is the case, then we'll return this is empty to true. This is saying make member read only. Okay, it was actually read only. We can have read only properties directly. Okay. So we'll use this thing here. We got this logged in user. Now we'll check if logged in user dot is empty. If this is empty, that means somehow this request was not successful, but our logic, it was not able to uh, fetch the error. So if this is the case, we'll again use underscore error to set the thing that could not log in. It's very rare edge case, but still I'm adding it. So you can say please try again. And again, we'll set is processing to false in this case also. If it is not empty, that means login was successful. We were able to get the logged in user details and it was not empty. That means it had the user ID. If this was the case, so it indicates successful login. If this is the case, then we'll simply redirect the user to home page. Now let's remove this thing. So it's a lot of coding, and finally we got it, and now it should work as expected. Only one thing is, let's see if it is actually working after setting it. Let's go to our top nav bar, and there the last li, let's on this login, like right from here, let's add an authorized view. So how this authorized view works, we can have different states in this. So first we have authorized, then we have authorizing, and then third, let's move it to the top, then we have third one, which is not authorized. So it uses the this cascading authentic state, which in turn uses the authentication state provider, which uses where is our this authentication state provider, and which will use this blog authentication state provider because we have set it. And from this blog authentication state provider, it is going to use this get authentication state async, and it will return the current logged in user or blank identity, right? So this is how this complete flow is going to work. So when it is trying to get the authentication state, this authorizing, it will run this template. It will skip these two. It will not render these two. It will simply run this. So let's have a default text here. Let's say checking auth state. If user was authorized, we need to show the currently logged in user name. And how we can do this authorized view, it gives us a variable, a context variable by which we can access everything. So that is context dot then this user, this is claims principal user, it gives us the things. From this we can get the identity dot, then we can get this name. We can use this thing. Now this user could be null. So let's say this and this. Although it is a rare case, but still it's good to have it. So now we have this authorized and this. First thing, it will render checking auth state. Then if it got it successful and if the user was logged in, it will simply show the user's name. And if the user was not authorized, then it will render this not authorized. So in our case, we will display this nav link inside not authorized. So we are going to show login link only if the user is not logged in. And if the user was logged in, we'll show user's name and we'll display the logout button as well. So let's have two of these. In first one, we'll say this and we are not doing anything and we'll use btn, let's say btn lite, and it should be disabled because on clicking on the name uh, we are not going to redirect user to anywhere, and because we are not doing anything inside href, we will simply say javascript void, like don't do anything basically. Cool. So and this should be logout and href, not href, let's have a button here, button type button with some classes, let's say btn primary, and it will be logout. We'll add our logout function. Okay, now let's check if all of these things are working or not. Enough coding, let's see all this in action. But it all this was actually very important aspect because authentication and authorization, this is a crucial part of every application. So we should have, let's refresh. Okay, it is very fast. Let's try to log in. We are at login. If we don't do anything, it will simply say all of these things are required. Let me add the wrong email and password. We are not checking. It could be good. Login, logging in, and invalid credentials. So this thing is working. Now if we provide the correct credential, in our case this username only, and if we say login, could not log in, please try again, that means there is something missing. But what is it? Let me check. Let me add the uh, breakpoint. So when we are clicking on this, it should come here, login model, then it should go to authentication state here, and after this it should call that authentication state changed event handler, and from here it should use this get authentication state async. Cool. Let's see. In we came to authenticate state providers login method. We had the data, tool, username and password. Fine. We came here, authentication service. We went to authentication service and we got the data. Logged in user is not null. We went to save it to the session storage, local storage. Cool. We had logged in users data here, one, and Abhay prints and is empty false. Then after this, we went here, logged in user is null. No, it is not null. So return null, that there was no error. It will come here and it will get logged in user. But the problem here is it should have called this thing, right? Authentication state change. This should have executed, but it did not. And why so? Because after login, we did not notify that we logged in, we did something. If we check the base class authentication state provider, so we have this notify authentication state change method, right? Which actually invokes this authentication state change. So we need to call this. So this is the missing piece. Let's go here. And here, when we are logging in, after login, if we came here, we'll return from directly from here, we should be good. And if this is not the case, then we need to call this method from its base task of authentication state. So in this case, let's use task.from result, and we'll use new authentication state object authentication state, and it needs a claims principal, and this claims principal, we have this logic somewhere, right? To get the claims principal, which is in here, right? From user, we have this thing. So it's better to migrate this code, move, extract out this code to a separate helper method. So let's do this. Claims principal, and this only. So let's cut it. Let's have a private uh, claims principal, get claims principal from user. And here we'll use the logged in user as a parameter. Logged in user, we'll do this, and we'll simply return new claims principal. And now what is the issue here? User.value. No, we know we have user, so we can directly use this. Cool. We are returning it from here. Return. So let's use this. Okay, it can be converted into a static method. Get claims principal from user. So we'll do this here. We'll say claims principal equals get claims principal from user. In this case, we'll pass user dot value, and same thing here. Let's have where auth state equals new authentication state, and it needs the claims principal, which we can get from this, and logged in user. Logged in user. This is nullable, yes. So logged in user dot value. Cool. And now we can pass this auth state here. Cool. So we are notifying this notify authentication state changed when user logged in. So we should be good. Now save it and let's run it. Page is here. For now, let's disable all the breakpoints. It should work. Let's see if it is working. Okay, we logged in actually. Let's use private window incognito mode. Let's check. So login. When we log in, if we provide the values, let's give invalid credential. Abhay rings at outlook.com 1. Invalid login, and we got invalid credentials. And if we don't have this, if we provide the correct values, then we have logged in user's name and logout. So let's quickly add this logout as well, logout functionality as well. Login async tool, we'll have our logout method here. So we'll say public async task logout async, and we don't need anything here. We'll simply say in the logout, first thing we need to remove the user from the storage, so that we can get from authentication service dot remove user from browser storage, and it is available. We remove the user from here. After that, we'll do the same thing we did here. We'll notify, and this time we will use a blank claims principle. So we'll use new claims principle without anything, so it will be empty. So we are removing the user from database. We are creating a new auth state with default with blank claims principle. Then we are notifying the change. It will come here. It will check if it is not null. It will do all these things, and everything should work out of the box. Let's call this method, this logout method, and we need to call this from here, right? From top nav bar, right? Because we have our logout method here only. So let's inject the service blog authentication state provider. So let's blog auth state provider, and let's use this. In this code block, we'll have a private async task logout async, and here we'll use await blog auth state provider dot logout async. And after logging out, we will navigate the user to the default index page. So for that, let's inject navigation manager as well. Navigation manager. For now, we can see it in action when we'll use this. When we log out, the header part, it should automatically change. So let's see it in action. Logout async, when we are clicking on this logout button. So let's bind this up on click. It should call this method, logout async. Let's run it. Page is here, and we say logout, and you see we see now login button. So everything is working. Let's try to log in again with the correct credentials. Our prints at outlook.com, whatever password. Oh, what happened? Okay, I need to use the type password for this. Okay, we'll do this. Logging in, there was some error. Okay, we'll check that. But after logging in, it is doing this. After log out, so we should navigate it to the index page, because what if we were on some protected page? Let's say we were on manage categories page or manage blogs page, which will be under authorized attributes. So it will show that you are not authorized, something like that. But when we are logging out, so it's better to redirect user to the home page. So let's inject this navigation manager, and after logging out, let's use navigation manager dot navigate to slash, which is the index page. Let's rerun. Is here login. Okay, but before that, let's go to login and use type password so we don't miss it. Oh, type of password. It should be type password. Okay, I missed this one. Rerun. Login. Outlook.com and some random password. Login. And we are here. And if we, let's say we are on some other page and we log out, it should log out us and redirect us to the this index page. We are going to work on manage categories section. So if you remember the app we are building, I showed you this one. So we are going to work on this page. So we'll have this categories list. We'll have this add new category button. From there, it will open up a dialog and we can create a new category, or we can click on this edit button and we will be able to create edit an existing category. So this is, we are going to work on this one. But before that, these two links, manage categories and manage blogs, these two links, initially for our designing we kept these always visible, but now we have implemented our login and logout functionality, so these two should come only if the user is logged in, right? So let's do this. So for this, let's go to top nav bar. We have these manage categories and manage block section. So for these, we'll use authorized view, and in authorized view, we are going to use authorized, and if the user is authorized, then only we'll show these two links. So we'll do something similar we did for login and logout button. So we had this authorized view, authorizing, authorized state, and not authorized. If it was not authorized, then we'll show login, and if the user is authorized, we'll show user's name and logout. All these, we saw all these things in detail in previous video. Okay, so now if I rerun the app, I should be able to see those links only after login. So now I cannot see those two links. And now if I log in, if I click on login, then I can see these two icons, right? If I log out, then again those two links gone. Cool. Now let's start working on manage categories. So for that, inside this pages folder, I'm going to create another folder and I'm going to call it admin. Let me check. New folder, admin. Okay, and in here I'm going to create a Razor component and we'll call it manage categories. Okay, so first thing we need to add page directive for the routing, and let's prefix these with admin. Admin manage categories. Cool. So this thing we need to add this in our link also. So in top nav bar we add this manage category. Before that we'll add admin, and let's add this to manage blocks as well. We'll work on this in next video. So we have manage categories, we have this manage categories. Save it, run it. Okay, now if I log in, manage categories, and I can navigate to manage categories. So let's start working on its design. So I'll have it here and like this. Okay, so that we can see the designing in real time. Cool. So first thing, let's add a container, div class container, and in that we'll use this h3 as manage categories, and then second in right side we'll have that add new category button. So let's have a button plus btn primary, add new category, save it, and we can see this. We need these side by side. So for this, let's add a wrapper with display flags. So dflags class. All these classes are coming from Bootstrap. Save. Okay. Now let's move these to the left and right corners. So justify content between. Cool. And let's align the vertically as well. So align items center. Fine. Now we need some spacing, and we had something in our sample app. Yeah, we had this section, right? This kind of this white background. This is overlapping with the main top bar. So let's do this first. So for this, we need to go to top navbar. In top navbar, we had this header. In this header first, let's have some margin from the bottom. So we have this margin bottom 4. Save it. Cool. Now next thing is we'll have some border helper classes. So first thing, we need white color border from bottom, and we need this to a bigger border. So 4, or let's say 5. And if you save it, we can see this thing. Let's see how can we increase this. Let's check the layout. Where is layout? And on layout, we are using fixed bottom. So do we need deflex in that case? Okay, things look fine. Okay, let's remove that, save, and now we can see exactly what we were seeing in our sample app. Okay, now this button, let's go to manage categories page, btn primary. Let's use btn sm on this button, and this is fine. For this, let's add an hr, and we are good. Now let's add the table. So table class table, and we will design that table with all the columns, and in our case these are going to have first t head, tr, and th. First one is the serial number, second one is the id of the category, third one, it is going to be name of the category, and then the url, the slug of the category. These 4 items, right? Now we'll work on the body of this table, and for this we first need to fetch the categories. Cool. So in this code block, let's have something. So first thing, let's have a model. Before model, let's have a list of category. So enumerable of category. Okay, underscore categories equals, let's have it as nullable. Now in on initializing, we'll override on initialized async. Here we will load our categories. So for that we need to have a service. Right now we have a user service. So we'll create a new class for our categories. So public class category service. We'll have a constructor in which we'll inject the context or block context. Okay, now we'll have first, let's have a method to get the categories. Get categories async. Okay, and from here we will simply, we are not using some DTO kind of thing or some view model, we are directly using this. So let's have context dot categories dot as no tracking, because we are not modifying anything, we don't want to track changes for this particular call, and we'll use to list async, this one, and we'll await it, and we'll add async, and return type would be task of this. Okay, so we have our categories now. Let's move this category service to a separate file. We have this category service. I am not using interface for now, so you, if you want, you can have interface to mock and help in testing and other things. Next, I'm going to register it. So I have this add transient user service. Here I'll add this service as well. So add transient category service. Okay. Now let's go back. Get categories async. Let's go to our page here on initialized async. Let's inject the category service. Category service, and we'll fetch our categories from there. Okay, so we'll say categories equals await category service dot get categories async. Now we have these categories. But while we were loading these categories, so we should show our loading indicator. So for that, let's add one more variable here, private bool loading underscore loading equals the default value will be false, and when we are starting this call, at that time we'll set it to true. And let's wrap this call in a try catch block. For now, let's omit this catch block, and we'll have our finally block. So we'll reset it. We'll call this in try block, and we'll reset this loading inside the finally block to false. So if the call was successful or failed, no matter what, we will need to remove this loading indicator. Okay, let's stop it. We'll run it again. So we have these categories. Okay. Now when we were loading the categories, at that time in our table body, what I want if we were loading this, so we'll have a tr with a td with call span of 1 2 3 4, call span of 4, so that we can display a single line here, and we'll say, let's say loading categories. Okay, now if we are not loading, then there would be second condition, which will be not loading, and our categories, if this is null. Okay, that means we did not get any categories, so it will come here and we'll say a message here that no categories found. And if this was also not the case, we went to else case, and in else we will have our list of categories. So for that, let's add for each loop here. So we'll say for category in underscore categories. We know it will be not null for sure. Here we'll add our tr with td. First is the serial number. So for that, let's have int serial number equals 1. Here we'll use that serial number SNO, and the second was ID. So we'll say category dot ID. Then third and fourth, the third is going to be the title, sorry, name. The fourth one will be slug, the URL of the category. Okay, after this, we need to increase this counter. So we'll say SNO plus plus, or we could have used like this only. It's up to you how you are using it. So we have set up the category listing. Now if we run it, because we have no category in our database, so it will show that blank, no categories found. Let's see, we have the app, manage categories, and it is not showing that message because we checked category is null, but category is not null in this case, it is empty. So we'll check this, or category dot any like this. If it is not loading and category is null, or we do not have any categories, then we'll show no categories found. Save it, and we can now see no categories found. Cool. Now we need to, because we don't have any category, now we need to create the category. So for that, when we click on this add new category button, it should open the dialog box. So for that dialog box, I'm going to use the native HTML5's native dialog element. So let's do that. We will have it somewhere around here, but let's create it as a separate component. So let's create a new folder. On the root, we'll say components, and to group these, let's create a folder again, and in this admin we'll use a razor component. Let's say save category form. Okay, save. Cool. We'll have a form here. So edit form, and edit form requires a model. So let's create a model, private category underscore category, and we'll use default null, default this new, and then in this model we'll pass this category model. Okay, let's rename this category, right? So it will be clear category model, and we'll use data annotation. So let's use data annotation validator. Okay, now we'll use a bootstrap border here. So div plus card, and in this card, same, we'll have card header, body, and footer. So div plus card header, card body, and card footer. And in this header, we will simply show an H4, let's say save category, will make it dynamic. But for now, let's have it save category only. In card footer, we are going to have our submit, the save and cancel buttons. So button, type button. This will be class btn and btn default. And this will be for cancel. And then let's copy it. Button submit, button primary, and this will be for saving the category. Save category. Now let's use this on our manage categories page, but before that let's add its namespace to the imports.razor. So we'll use blazingblog.components.admin here so that we can directly add that on this page. So we can add it here like this. Let's have it outside of this. We can have that save category form directly like this, but we need to have it inside dialog, right? So HTML5 gives us a dialog element. So this dialog, inside this dialog, let's use this. And for now, let me have this open attribute, save it, let's run it. Share, manage categories, and we can see this dialog. We'll make it dynamic, but first let's work on its design. Okay. So manage categories, save category form. First thing, let's have some CSS styles here. So style, type, text, CSS. Okay, here we'll directly use this, but it's never a good idea to directly apply CSSs on the HTML elements. We should always use class or ID selectors. But I'm doing this because I know there will be only single dialog on this component. So this style is going to be scoped to this component. So in this, we'll use first padding as 0. So this space, we don't need this space. So save it. Okay, now this border color. Let's first make this border kind of smaller. It is very thick now, right now. So border 2px solid and our color, and we had our color in where we had, yeah, color purple. We'll use the same color. So let's use the CSS variable here like this, and if we save it, we can see this. Cool. Now next thing, this save category, this section, this header, we need this color for this header. So for this, let's go to our save categories form, save category form on card header. We'll have, do we have a class bg or something like that? No, right? Let's create a global class bg, let's say purple. Here we'll use background color as this variable, this color purple. Cool. And we'll use this class here. So card header bg purple. Save it. Okay. Now we need text white. Okay. And on here after the save category we need that cross button, right? That, so for that cross button we'll add it here only. So it will be a button type button with class btn sm and btn danger, and let's add x here, this, but we need this side by side. So let's go to this card header, and on this card header let's add the display flags and justify content between. Now these are side by side, and let's align these items vertically to the center as well. Align items center. Okay, can have some min width on this. So for that, on this only, let's add style and min width of, I don't know, 250 pixel. Okay, this looks okay. So we are good now. Okay, now we'll have our, okay, but before form, let's have these buttons as well in the nice form. So on this card footer, again, we'll use display flags, same classes to, yeah, justify content between and align item center. Okay, cancel and save. And let's have BT and SM also. So these buttons will be smaller. Okay, these are fine now. Now we can add our form inside this. There is this thing, right? This white background. This is coming from where? H1 plus card. Card has border. Okay. So on this card, let's have border 0, border 0, and we are good now. Okay. Next thing, let's add the form. So to add form, we'll use card body, and in this card body, we will use div class mb3, and here we'll have label with class form label, and it will be category name, and here we'll have input text, bind value for category model dot name, and on this we'll have some bootstrap classes. So form control and a placeholder category name, and we are good. After that, let's add the validation message. So validation message for, okay, now let's copy the same thing and we add it again for the slug slug category slug. Okay, so we have these things ready. And now when edit, save it. Okay, we need to rerun. Okay, rerun. So when we save it, we need to send the request, or we need to call a method from our category service, right? So manage categories. We have this category name and category slug. When we click on the save button, we should send a, we would call a method from our category service. So for that, let's make the connection between these two components. First is the manage categories razor page, and then save categories razor component. Okay, so when we click on the submit button, it submits the form, and when it is submitting the form, we'll trigger an event. So for that, first let's have method here. So that will be private async task. Let's say save category async. And when we are saving the category, or maybe let's have that logic here only. Let's inject the category service here. Inject category service, category service, category service, and we'll save our category in this. So let's create a method here. Public async task save category async, and we'll get a category object here. Let's call it model, and from here first thing we'll check if model.id is greater than 0. That means we are updating a category. And if that's not the case, we are actually creating a new category. Okay, so first let's do creating. So we'll use context dot categories dot add async model. We'll await it, and in update case, what we'll do, we'll say context dot categories dot update model, and after this we'll simply save the changes. So await context dot save changes async. Now what if when we're creating the category, we need to have a logic to create the slug, or at least verify that slug, right? Category URL, because that is going to be displayed in the URL, so it should not have any bad characters in the main for URL structure basically. So URL supports uh, slash alphanumeric characters and hyphen and underscore, right? Apart from those, we should remove all the characters. So let's have a helper method here, private string, let's say slugify. We'll have category name here, and we'll replace everything. We'll use regular expressions. So regex dot replace, and here first thing, the source is going to be name dot to lower, and then we'll use a regular expression. So one pattern which is going to be anything which is not A to Z, capital A to Z, 0 to 9, or hyphen or underscore. If anything that is not one of these, then we'll replace that character with an underscore. Now whenever we use regular expressions, we should always use we should have compiled option, right? So replacement regular expression regex options. So regex options dot compiled, and after that match timeout. This is very important. So this regular expression, this is actually a very uh, let's say heavy operation. So whenever we use, it's always a better approach to use some timeout. So we'll use max 1 second. Okay, we can maximize it. Right, okay, max. Now we'll get this from here, and after that let's add one more thing. What if there were two consecutive non-supported characters? It will have hyphen hyphen, right? So we don't want that. So we'll replace it again, and we'll replace two hyphens with single hyphen. And after that, if somehow the hyphen is at the start or the end, we'll simply trim that character from start and end, and we'll return this. So because this is a single line, we can use this. Cool. We are allowing user to update or add the slug from here, right? So it's better to move this to some extension method. Okay, so do we have some folder for extension methods? No. So let's create a new folder for extension methods. And here we'll create a class and we'll call it string extensions, public static class, and let's copy this method here, and it should be public static, and then this should be this. So now what if the name is null, right? We should handle that case as well, but we are using this thing, so we should be good. Okay, for now let's have it like this only. Let's add this namespace to our global usings and our imports underscore imports as well, because we are going to use it on razor component as well. Okay, save all, slugify site global using import. Okay, now when we are creating it, updating it, saving changes, everything looks fine here. Okay, let's use this method in here. So we have the same category async. Here we'll use if we got some error, right? So let's handle errors as well. So try catch. We are not returning anything from here, right? So here if we'll say, let's say category service dot save category async, and we passed our category model, then how would we know if the operation was successful or not, right? So for that we need to have something in return, and for these cases I prefer to create a simple object. So in models I'll create a new struct, and let's say method result. So we can have the actual, what do we say, the status basically. So we'll use it public record struct method result, and here we'll have let's say tool status, which will give us if the operation was successful or not. and then we'll have another nullable property here, and we'll call it error message. Default value is going to be null. And now I'm going to have these helper factory methods. So public static method result success. Here I'll simply return this. So this this is going to call this constructor only with true, and there is no error message in this case. And let's create one more for error. So let's call it failure, and in this we'll pass an error message. So if this is failing, then there should be some error message, right? So false and this error message. Okay, now we are good. Let's use this method result in our category service to return it. Method result. So here, if everything is successful, we'll simply return method result dot success. If it was not successful, we'll have that exception message here, and we can log it to log exception. And after that, we'll return method result dot failure with this error message. Now we would always know the actual status, right? If it was successful or not, and if it was not successful, what was the error message. Okay, now let's use this method result on our save category this thing also. So let's say result. Now we know if this operation was successful or it was not successful. Okay, so now next thing is we did this. Now we need to notify its parent. In this case, our manage categories page, that this operation is successful, right? Or not successful, just whatever it was, we should notify the parent. So for that, we'll use event callback, and let's return this result on this event callback of type method result, and it will be, let's say, on save category, on save. Okay, save category, on save category, and this is going to be a parameter. Here we'll say on save category dot invoke async, and we'll pass the result. Oh wait. Okay, save. And now on save category, we are going to use this on our manage categories result page. Here, when we are doing this save category form, we'll simply add a handler for this event on save category. So let's create a method here, private async task. Let's say on save, let's have the same name, on save category, and it will return, it will expect a parameter of type method result. So let's say save result or save category result. And now we know if the operation was successful or not using this save category result dot status. So we know category saved successfully, category saved successfully. And if this was not the case, there was some error in saving category. Okay, so if there was some error in saving category, let's notify the user. So for now, what we can do, we can simply display a JavaScript alert for now. Okay, let's try that. That we'll need to inject IJS runtime. Let's say JS only. What happened? Okay. on save category, on save category, fine. So this JS, let's create a helper method. So private async task, and let's say alert async, and we'll say message here. Here we'll use async js dot invoke void async, and we'll use the native alert, browser's native alert. So we could say window.alert, and we can pass the message here. So it will simply display the alert. Here, let's have it like alert async, and here we'll say because this operation was not successful, so we had another property which is error message, right? This time, let's add a wait as well, and we know this is not going to be null, so we can add this thing. And if it was successful, for now, let's use await alert async to show that it category saved successfully. So category saved successfully. Okay, so it was a lot of code. Now let's see if this works. Right. Share, manage categories. If we save it, we got this error. And if we add something, let's say SQL Server, SQL Server. Okay, we are not using Slugify, we'll use it. For now, let's save it. Is it doing something? Let's add a breakpoint on save category, and in okay, it is not doing anything because we have not used it. So we'll say on valid submit, we'll use our save category async method, this method. Fine, save it. Let's refresh. SQL Server, SQL Server, save, breakpoint hit in manage categories. That means we got the result. Let's see what is the result. Status true and error message null. So we have the correct status. Let's continue, and if we check, category saved successfully came, and if we refresh this page now, we should see that category, because this time it will be able to fetch the category from database. Okay, now let's trigger some error manually. So what we'll do, let's go to category service, and from here let's throw some error. Throw new exception with some message, test message while saving category. Let's say test error message while saving category. Save it, and let's try to see. This time it should not save it, and it should simply show this error message in the alert box. Manage categories, and does not matter whatever we use this time. Save and test error message while saving category. So this functionality is working. Okay, stop, and let's remove this. Let's come here, saving it here. Okay, now we need to have some that same. We have this loading thing already, so let's use this loading flag. Can we use this loading flag? No, right? Because this is from here. Okay, maybe we'll try to add it later. But next thing is we need to have that slug URL whenever we are adding something to the name, it should automatically slugify that and fill the that box, slug box, this second box, right? So for that, whenever we are leaving this field will slugify the name, right? For simplicity, so what we can do, on this input text we'll add one more event, that is on blur. Here we'll say on name blur. We'll define this. Let's have it here. So private async task on name blur. So when we are blurring the name, blur event means when this element is losing its focus at that time. So here we'll check if our category model is not null. Underscore category model dot name, sorry. If name had some value, then we'll slugify it and we'll set it to category model dot slug, right? So we'll use category model dot name dot slugify. It will be the default value. Okay. Now what if user modifies this slug, right? We don't need this async task. We can have it void only. If user modify it and make it let's say not supported or invalid, we need to modify that again here, right? So we'll verify. If not verify, we can simply override it. So here we'll say a double check, basically we'll say model dot slug inside this, not inside, create category. So we'll say model dot slug equals model dot slug dot slugify. Now we are giving user the hint. Let's say manage categories, and let's use something entity framework. And now if I blur this, you see this automatically gets filled. And that additional check, that was what if I did this. So I add a space, then I added this EF, maybe like this. Right now we have this. This is not a correct URL. URLs cannot have spaces. So for this, I have added the double check in a category service. Now it is going to slugify this slug. So in this case, it is going to modify this. We can check it. Let's add a breakpoint here. Save. It came here. And if we'll check model.slug, it is entity framework EF. Now if we slugify it, now we'll have it -EF, the correct form. Add async, continue, saved successfully. After saving this successfully, we should clear out this, this category, right? This thing. So for this, let's come here. Yeah, first let's see if that got in here. So we can try refreshing it, and we refreshed and we have the second item here. Okay, so next thing is when we save the category, then it should go back to the default initial value, right? So before invoking it, we'll say if the result was successful. If this was the case, we'll simply do this thing. We'll reset the category model. And in this manage categories, if the operation was successful, we should reload the list. So we have two approaches. Either we know we have added a new category, we can simply add that category to this collection, or if we don't want to do that, we can simply reload the entire list. So for that, we can extract this code out to a separate method, private async task load categories async, and we can call this from async from the on initialized async. And after this category saved successfully, we can call it from here also. Okay, now let's restart and we'll see these two changes. Okay, it's here, manage categories. What should I use now? Let's say Blazor. Blazor, save, came here, remove the breakpoint, continue, and category saved successfully. Right now, values are here and it has loaded only two items. When we say OK, this got cleared and it reloaded, and we can see then this new value here. Okay, fine. Now next thing is this save category. This dialog, this is always here. It should also be dynamic. So when we click on this add new category, then only it should open. And if we click on this close button, then it should hide. And if we click on cancel, then it should also be hide. And if we click on save, and if the operation was successful, then also this save category dialog box should be hidden or should be removed from the page. So as this is a native HTML5 native dialog element, so we can play around with this thing using JavaScript. So we need JavaScript. So here, this dialog. So we use this open to make it open by default always. So let's remove that. And then we'll play around with this using JavaScript. So we need to have access to this. So we'll use an ID for this dialog, and let's have a constant here. So private const string, let's say category from dialog ID, and we can name it whatever we want. Sorry, let's say category form, and we'll add this here. Cool. Now we need to have some JavaScript calls. So for that, let's go to first, let's stop it. We'll create our JavaScript file in this www root. So let's create a folder. Let's say JS only. And here we'll create a JavaScript file. New item. Web. And from web script, and let's call it common.js. We are going to have all our common methods inside this. So first, let's have a function for open dialog, or we'll say open modal, because this HTML5 dialog element, it gives us two modes. So one is dialog and one is modal. So modal means it will be on top of the screen, and there will be a kind of overlay behind this dialog. And if we use dialog, then there will not be any overlay. So we'll use modal. So for this modal, it will be a function, or let's do this, add it to directly to window object. So window dot open modal, and here we'll receive an ID. From that ID, window document dot get element by ID, we'll access that element, And on this we can have modal function, not open modal, it show modal. Let's copy this, and this is for hide modal, or let's say open and close modal. So we have close method on this. Okay, cool. We have these two functions, JavaScript function. Now we need to add this common JS to our page, and we'll add it on the host.cs HTML only, because we are going to use this across the project. If we need some other JavaScript functionality, we'll use this file only. So here, let's add this. And now we are good to use this. So let's go to our save category form, and when we are clicking on this button, where is not save category form, this manage categories page. So when we click on this add new category, then we should open that. So here we'll add on click, and on click, let's say open new category form, something like this. Like this. We'll create a method here in our C# code. Private async task this, and from here we will call that method, that common JS function, this open modal, to open that category form. Okay. And here we'll say await JS dot invoke void async, because we are not getting any result out from there. And the function will use window dot open modal, and then arguments will pass our JavaScript function. It needs an ID, so we'll pass this ID, this dialog's ID, which is this thing. So let's use this here, and now we are good. It should open this new category form. Let's say open, let's rename this. What is that? Okay, open category form async. Let's use this. It makes more sense. We'll use the same method to open this form for edit modal also. So cool. It will open, and then we need to close this form. So we'll close this when we are saving category and category save operation was successful. So here we'll close that. So here we can say await same this thing, and this time we'll use the other function, that is close modal. And now it should work as expected. Let's run and let's check. App is here. Let's see, manage categories. And now the dialog is not here. If we click on add new category, we can see the dialog, right? And there is this overlay. We cannot interact with the page. We can interact with this thing only. Okay, so this cancel, and this thing is still remaining. We'll work on it. But before that, let's create a category. Blazor was, and now if we save it, it should save, it should show that alert message, then it should reload this grid, this table, and then this dialog save category, this should get hide from this page. So let's see if all these things are working. Yes, and everything is working, right? Now we need to have this close functionality on this close button and this cancel button on these two as well. So let's add this. For this, first thing, let's extract out this method into a separate method. We'll say private async task and we'll say close category from async. Okay, async, and this is also single line, so let's use expression body method. Cool. So this close category form async. Now we have a situation, this close category form async, that button. We don't have that button on this page. We have those two buttons, cancel button and close button. We have those two on this save category form.razor, which is a component we are using here. So somehow we need to get the events from this page to its parent manage categories page. So for that, first thing, let's add event here to notify the parent that we are closing the form. So we'll use public event callback, and this time we don't need any parameter because we are just closing the form. We'll say on close form, on close category form, or on close form, get set. And this is going to be in parameter because we are going to handle this from the parent. But for on this page, we need to have a method. So let's have it here, private async task, and let's say close from async. From this, we'll simply call invoke await dot invoke async. Fine. Now let's use this method here. We have this close button. So on click, we'll use this method, and same goes with this cancel button. On click, and we'll use this close form async. So this close form async, this is going to trigger this event, and on the parent, which is manage categories page, we'll use this event on close form, and we'll pass our event handler, and for this we have our event handler, this close category form async. Okay, so we should be good now. Okay, save and restart. Let's see if complete flow is working. App is here, manage categories, add new category, close, working, new category, cancel, working. So now we can access all these things. Let's use, let's say JavaScript category, save. After saving, okay, after save also it should get removed, right? So we missed. It should get closed. We already see that, right? We saw that functionality, but okay, my bad. I extracted out this functionality, but I didn't call it from here. So await close category form async. Now it should work. And let's add one more functionality. So first I'll show you the need of that functionality. But first let's check. So manage categories, add new category. Let's say I have added something here and I closed it. Then if I'll open it, we can see those values here. Ideally, these values should get wiped out, right? Again, let me do something else here and I cancel it. And if I open it again, I can see those values. These fields should get cleared. This is one thing. Now let's see if that hiding is working, or maybe first let's clear these fields out when we are canceling the form. So on this, close form async, because before doing this thing, we'll reset the category model. So we'll do this thing like this, and then we'll do on close form async. Save it, and now we should be fine. Rerun. It's here. Manage categories. Add new category, and let me add something. Cancel, and now it is clear. Let's do something. Close, and it is clear. Cool. Now next thing is we are calling that close modal method, right? So now let's use one more category, ASP.NET Core, save, category saved successfully, and form is not there, and we can see this data here. Cool. So everything is working from this. Here we are going to work on edit category feature. First thing, we need to add that edit button. Let's jump into the code. We are on manage categories page, and we have this table here, and after this slug column we'll add one more column in here, td, and we'll add a button here, button type button plus btn default dtn sm, and we'll have edit text, and when we click on this we'll call one method which we'll define here. So let's come here and we'll say, let's say private async, not async, private void edit category, and here we'll receive a category parameter, category, and let's call that method here. So we'll say edit category with this category which we have in this loop, this category. So category, okay, and in this edit category, from this edit category method we need to somehow pass this category to our form, which is this form. So in order to pass something, we'll have to create a parameter here. It will be of type category only, category, and let's call it category only, and it is going to be in parameter. Cool. And now it should be in a label, because for edit case we will not have this value. Now if we have one case here, so let's say this category, if we use this category directly as a edit model, then we'll be modifying the same values, right, same properties. So it's not a good idea to modify a property directly. So we should have this component level variables, in this case this category model. So we'll modify this. So when we got the value for this category, we'll fill this category into this category model, and then we'll work on it. Okay. So for that we will use one method here. We'll override one method, that is on parameter set. Here we'll say our category model underscore category model, it would be this category, or Let's say it is not nullable. Fine. So this category model, and this category model we are using here, so we should be good now. Let's pass this category from its parent, which is this one. So on the save category form, we'll pass this category, and now we should have something here. So let's say category model, frame private category, category model. Let's have a default value for this, and we'll pass this category model to this. Let's break it down to multiple lines. Fine, we have this category, we are passing this category model. Now when we clicked on this edit category, at that time we will set this underscore category to this category. Okay, so we can do this. Now how it is going to work? Initially its value, this category model, it will be default value new, and when we click on edit, then it is going to call this edit category method, and from this edit category method we are setting underscore category model, which is a property, which is a variable on this. It is actually state for this component, this page, and when this is going to be modified, it will get passed to the save category form, and in save category form we will get that parameter in on parameter set, and here we'll modify underscore category model, which is a state for this component, and now we'll have the category to add it. Okay, so I think everything is fine. Now we are resetting it here and everything looks fine. Okay, now after saving or cancelling, we should reset this property. So if we check, we are saving in here, right? Load categories, close category form. Okay, close category form. So why not reset it inside this method only? So we'll say underscore category model equals new. So we have reset this. Continue editing. Fine, we have reset this thing. Now everything should work, but there is one issue. The issue is this category, it is a reference type. So when we'll say, when we click on this edit category, it will come here underscore category model. It is going to be the category we clicked on edit, and then we'll come here, and if we make any change here in name or slug or anything we changed, then from here if we cancel it, so in cancelling, when we are cancelling it, close form async, in that case we are resetting this underscore category model, which is actually now a reference to the actual thing, actual category, which will break the things. So for that we should pass a, let's say, copy of this category object. So for that, let's come here in the category model, and we'll create a method here, public and category. We have two approaches, either we can use copy constructor or simply a clone method. From here we'll say this dot memberwise clone. This should be fine. We'll typecast it to category. Okay, now we'll use this clone method here. So we'll use category dot clone. We'll pass this. Now we actually kind of broke the relationship. So now it is always going to be a different object. So it will not modify the existing category on the UI. So I think everything is in place now. Let's give it a try. Manage categories, edit, SQL Server, and nothing happened. Yes, because we did not open the dialog. After doing this, we should open the dialog. Same as we are opening for new category. So we'll do this. Await. In this case, it should be async task and edit category async. Edit category async. Fine. Okay, let's try. Manage categories. Edit SQL Server. SQL Server. We closed it. Blazor. We added something. We cancelled it. Everything is fine. Edit Blazor Server. Add new category. It is new category form. Okay, let's try to edit something now. Let's say ASP.NET Core. We'll add advanced word here. Save, category saved, and we can see the modified value. Add new category. This is fine. Let's create a new category and let's say Vue.js. Cool. Save. Okay. So everything is working now. There is one problem. There could be one problem, and the problem is, let's say we have this Vue.js category with this slug. We have uh, written some blog posts under this category, and then if user opened this category and the user had saved the URL, and if we change something in here, let's say Vue.js 3, and we are modifying the slug, and if we save it, now what is going to happen? The user, if user will try to access the old URL, he will not get anything, but ideally they should get something, right? So the point here is we should allow the category name to be changed. It is actually a display name, but not the slug, right? So for that, the approach we could take when we are in edit mode. So in here, save category form. When we are in edit mode, we should disable this slug actually. So for that, category model slug, fine. Here we'll add disabled attribute, and this should be if category model underscore category model dot id. If this id is greater than 0, that means we are in edit mode. So this disabled should be true. That means we are not disabling it. Sorry, we are not allowing user to write anything for this slug. And same thing we'll do here on name blur. First we'll check if it is edit mode or not. Category model dot id, if it is equals to 0, that means it's new category mode. It is not in edit mode. So if this is edit mode, we'll simply skip this operation. Okay, this thing is fine. Now there is one more thing which I wanted to implement. So when we click on edit category, the header here says save category, and if we click on edit, then also it says save category. So I want this header to be dynamic, this title to be dynamic. So when we click on add category, it should say add a new category, and when we edit the button, it should say edit category. So let's do this as well. Let's go to code and this save category, this thing. So we'll modify this. We'll say if the category model dot id, if this is greater than 0, then we'll say edit category, and if this is not greater than 0, we'll say add new category. Save it, save everything, and let's see now. We are here, manage categories. Cool. When we click on add new category, we can see add new category, and the design is a bit off. We'll fix it and add it. It says edit category. And in edit category, we can see this slug is disabled. So let's say Blazor Server Advanced. This is not changed. We'll save it. Category saved successfully, and we can see Blazor Server Advanced, and the slug is same. It is not updated. So that is the expected behavior. Okay, let's work on this add new category. So we can simply increase the min width. So there are not much options to design this HTML5 dialog, but there could be maybe something I'm not aware of. And where is this? We added min width 250, so we can try it having something like, say, 300. Okay, min width 300. Cool, let's use this. Here, min width 300. Okay, so edit category. This section is also done now. Next thing we are going to work on is the manage blog post section. This thing is fine. We'll work on this manage blogs page, where first we'll have a list of blogs, then we'll have same create a new blog and edit an existing blog post. Please like this video if you like my content. Share this video, subscribe my channel. Right now, sorry, there is nothing on this address because there is nothing. We have not created this page, this route. So let's continue. First thing, we'll create this page. So for that, let's go to our pages folder, admin folder, and here we'll create a new page, new Razor component, and we'll call this, let's say, manage blog. Cool. On this manage blog, first thing we need to set the page attribute for a route, and the route is admin manage blogs, right? We saw in the URL, or we can verify in shared top navbar. We have this admin slash manage blogs, this thing. So admin slash manage blogs. Okay, now let's do the same thing we did in manage categories. So we'll have this container and everything like this till here, till this HR tag. Okay, and then we'll have one div for this container. Okay, we don't need this right now, we'll add it later. Add new blog post, and here we'll say manage post. Cool, manage posts and save it. Let's see if we can see anything, or we need to, yeah, we can see this admin manage blog. So we have this manage post, add new blog post. Fine, now we need to have the table here. We know we don't have any data yet, but let's design that. So we'll follow the same thing we followed in manage categories. So we'll use this table. Okay, so we will have a table class table, and then in t head we are going to have table row, then th serial number, id, title, title, then let's say category, then we'll say created and modified date. So let's use created, modified, and then is it published or not. So published, published, and then we'll have one extra column without header, which will be basically for actions. Okay, now after this we'll have t body, which is table's body. Now we need to have a collection of blocks here, so we'll have a private property here, private variable, basically private enumerable of our blog post object. Okay, we can have DTO kind of thing, or VM, we can say view model in this case. So it's up to you what you are using. I'm using the same entity type. We'll say, let's say posts, and we'll have default value null, which is default. So we'll have it nullable, and we'll have a private bool is loading or is busy. Let's say is loading, and which will be default false. Cool. So after that, we'll override on initialized async method, and then we'll get these posts from the server. First thing we need to set is loading to true. Then we'll have, let's say, a try catch block here, and in this try block we will load our blog posts from the server. So load blog posts from blog service, let's say blog service, and after that if everything is fine we'll say is loading, or let's say have this set in the finally block. So in finally we will set is loading to again false. For now let's have artificial delay, so we'll say await task dot delay, and let's say a delay of 3 seconds. Cool. Here we are setting this. So after this delay we'll say posts equals, for now let's have enumerable dot empty blog post, and fine. Now let's use this. So now let's have it in edit state only. Here we'll check in this t body. First thing we will check if this is loading is true. That means we are loading the data. We don't have anything yet. So we'll say tr, and in tr on this td we will have a call span. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 columns. So we'll use call span 7, and here we'll say loading blog posts. Okay, now if this is not the case, then we'll check loading is done, or let's say have it explicit is loading is done, and the data, this underscore posts, if it is still null, or let's say underscore posts underscore posts dot any, if it does not have any data. and these two ors will be like this, or we could say, yeah, let's have it like this only. So loading is done and we still don't have any data in posts, we don't have any record, or the post is null. Then we'll do similar thing, but this time we know that we do not have any blog post, so we'll say no posts found, found, found. Okay, no post found. Then after this we'll have the last case, and in here we know loading is already done and post is not null and post had some data. That means we got our blog post. Now we'll construct our table. So for that we'll use simple for each loop where post in underscore posts, and here we'll have our main tr, and then we'll use a td. So first thing we need to have the serial number, so int, let's say serial number default start with 1, and here we could say sno plus plus, so display this and then uh, increment it. Then the second column, it is td. The second column is id, so we'll say post dot id, and let me copy it a couple times. After id we have our title, after title we have our category name. So category name, do we have category name? No, we don't have this category name. So for now the type of category is this category, so we can have category name like this, or we can have one computed not mapped property here. So we'll say prop string category name, which will be a computed property. We'll get this from category dot name, and we'll say not mapped because we don't want it to map from the database, because this property directly does not exist and we don't need to track it, we don't need to use it from database side. It is a kind of in-memory property only, computed property. Okay, so we have this category name, we'll use this here, category name. Okay, and after category name we have created and modified. So for that let's have some condition here. First we'll say modified, or we can same thing, created or modified. If it is modified, we'll say post dot modified on, which is a nullable if it had some value. If it has some value, then we'll display that value only. Post, let's say, let's have parentheses here. If that's the case, we'll display post dot modified dot value dot, let's change it to, let's say, to short date string. Fine. If this is not the case, if we don't have modified, if this blog post was not modified, then we'll use created on dot to short date string. Fine. So created, this is not nullable, so it will always have a value. For modified, we'll check if it has value or no. Cool. Now next column is, after this, is published or not, the published status. So for that we'll have a condition here again. So we'll apply if condition, if post dot is published. If this is true, then do something. If it is not, then do something. Okay, if it is published, we'll add a span with class text success, which indicates green color. We'll say yes. And if it is not published, we'll say no in red color. So that means the text tangent, this bootstrap class. Okay, and after this we have the last column which is for action. So in action we'll have edit action, right? So let me have this because we know this is not going to be null. Th this action here we'll have our edit post link. Okay, cool. That page does not exist yet. When that page will be there, then we'll add that link here. Now the logic for this is done. Let's check if we can see it. Stop and run. The app is here. Let's see. Manage blog posts, loading blog posts, and after 3 seconds, no posts found. Let me refresh it again so that you can see it in action. Loading blog posts and no posts found. That means both of those functionalities are working. So we had is loading true, then we had this delay, and when it was loading, then it said loading blog posts, and when the this await done, we did not have any value, then this no post found, this message was there. Okay, so this thing is working. Now let's quickly add the blog post service so that we can fetch the blog post. For now we will not have any blog post because we have not implemented the add blog post functionality, but let's have the blog post service now. So we have a services folder. In services we have user service, we have category service. Now we'll have another for blog post. So let's say blog post service. Okay, let's move it to its own class, and here in the constructor we'll have our db context, which is blog context. Okay, now let's say public async task blog post enumerable of blog post, and we'll say get blogs, or let's say get posts async. Cool. And let's not have any condition right now. We'll add conditions later when we need them. For now, let's say await context dot blog posts dot as no tracking. We don't need tracking. Did we set no tracking on db context label? Let me check in data blog context, and we did not set, right? Okay, so as no tracking, and then we'll say to list AC. For now we are loading all the blog posts, but we'll implement paging later. Okay, now we have this. Let's register this blog post service. So in program.cs we must be registering our services at transient user service category service, and let me copy this, and we'll register our blog post service. So I'm having concrete services. If you want to implement maybe some for testing purpose basically, or making it loosely coupled, you could have one interface, then you could register those, but for the simplicity I'm not using interface. Cool. Now we will simply inject this in the manage blogs page. So inject blog post service, and what convention I'm using property conventions. So let's have blog post service only, and when I'm loading this I'll say await blog post service dot get post async, and I'm going to add this directly here. Cool. Remove this, we don't need this now, and we should be good now. We'll handle exceptions later. Cool. So this thing is working, this thing is fine. We have this blog post service and everything is in place. Next thing, we are going to work on this add new blog post section, right? And let's say in this post, in this thing, no posts found, let's add a class text center, and here also let's add this text center. And after this no posts found, let's say first thing, let's make it bolder, and then on this edge let's have some margin bottom, and after that let's have a link to the, we don't have that link now, but we'll say create blog post link. Here we'll say create first blog post, right? And this th, the last one, let's have this same thing on this add new blog post. Okay, here we are fine. We are using button approach, or we can change it, right? Yeah, let's change it to nav link only, and we'll add these classes here. Add new blog post, add new blog post, fine. Add new blog post, let's remove this. After this we will have similar thing in the last td, this added post link. So here let's say added blog post link, and here the text will say edit. Cool. Save it and let's see if we can see this new design. Let's run. App is here, manage blogs. We are here. No post found, create first blog post. We can click on it. For now it will result in that not found exception, but we can see this things are working. We are going to work on this add new blog post. So right now it has this dummy link. Okay, so first thing, we need to create that page for saving a blog. So for that, let's go to pages, then admin folder, and here we'll create a new Razor component, and we'll name it save blog, save blog.razor. Okay, first thing, we need to have the URL. This component will be routable component. So we'll follow the same approach we are following for category, or we can check this in the top nav bar, the URL. So this URL we already set up. So we'll use this URL, manage blogs. Let me zoom it a bit. Yeah. So we'll add this here, and we'll use this same page for editing a blog as well. So let's add another page attribute where we'll say edit, and here we'll add a blog ID. So we'll say URL blog ID, and this is going to be nullable int, because if we are creating new page, new blog, then there will be nothing. So manage blogs slash, let's say new. This is for creating a new blog, and the second one is for editing an existing blog. Fine. Next thing, we will have our design. We'll start our design same as we have this on this manage categories. So div class container, and then this header section. So table dialog, and let's copy this section, div, and we should be good. Manage categories. So instead of manage categories, we'll say save blog post. Save blog post, and this button, from this button we'll go back to the blogs list, that manage blog page. So we'll say back to manage blog posts, and on click we can remove this. We can use the nav link component, nav link, and here we'll set href to the previous page, the manage blog page. So this page, and the route for this is this thing, /admin /manage blog. So we'll do this here, href, and then we'll copy this class, we'll add it here, close this, and let's add this text, and we should be good now. Let's save it, and on manage blogs page we'll change these links. So here href, it will be this, because we are creating the blog here. And then for, yeah, we need to add the same thing here as well. Fine. And then for editing, we have this edit blog post link. So we know the edit URL is this one. So we'll use this to generate the URL. Let's have a string here. We'll say edit blog link, and we'll generate this link here. So this part, this should be dynamic. So this thing we'll get from post. So it will be post.id, post.id, and we'll use this edit blog link to, we'll add it here like this. Save it, and let me rerun it. App is here. Let's see the links. Yes, it has generated these new links, and when we click on this, it is not navigating to this link. We cannot see anything here. And why so? Let's check. We have the URL on save blog page /admin manage blogs new, and everything looks fine. What is the issue? Stop and run the app again. App is here, manage blogs new, nothing is happening. If we say edit 123, save blog does not have property name matching URL. But what if we had this new? Okay, okay, it is not picking up because of this. Let's add this property here. So we'll add a property here of type nullable int, and we need to have the same name, URL, blog ID, and this should be parameter. We will not use this property for our use. What we'll use private int blog ID, which we'll get from this URL blog ID. URL blog ID. If this has value, we'll use that. If that it does not have any value, then we'll use 0. So we'll use this blog ID in our code, and this is just for getting it from the URL. So let's see if this was the issue. App is here, and we'll go to manage blogs page. We'll go to, yes, So now we can go to add new blog post, and we have this back to manage blog post button. We can go back here and from here also. Fine. So the next thing is we need to work on this page. We will add the form here to add the blog post. Fine. So here we need to design our form. For that we will use inside this container, let's have a div class row, and in this row we'll use div class, and for now let's have call sm12 only, the complete width, and here we'll have our complete form. So before adding the form we need to have a model. For that we'll use private, and we know we have the blog post model. So we'll have this model with default value. Right now we are working on creating a new blog post. We'll modify this for editing the blog post. For now let's have it for create only in this thing. But next thing we'll have this edit form, and for this edit form we need to pass the models. We'll use this model. Fine. Now next thing we'll use our data annotation validator to validate the properties. Now we need to design our form. Okay, so we'll start using div class mb3, and first thing we need to have a label with class form label, and first we'll capture title of the blog. Here we'll say input text bind value model dot title class form control placeholder, enter title, and that's all. After that we'll add the validation message for model dot title. Cool. Now we need to copy it. Next thing is we need to have the URL slug. So slug and slug. After that we'll have the categories. So we'll have a category selection. Now this category, let's have this category ID. We already have list of categories. We need to bind those. So it will be a select input, right? Drop down list. So input select. Yeah. So here we'll use bind value, and this will be model dot category ID. Model dot category ID. Fine. And on this model dot category ID, let's add the same class from control, and in here first option we'll have option value blank, and we'll say select category. And now we need to have all the categories in the drop down. So for that we need to have the list of categories, and for that we'll have a list here, private enumerable of category, and let's say categories. The default value we'll have enumerable dot empty category, And now we will load these categories. So we load these when this page is initializing. So we'll override on initialized async, and in here we'll use our category service. So let's inject that, inject category service, category service, and we'll have the categories await category service dot get categories async. What is the issue? Nothing. Okay. Categories. Now we'll check if we got the categories and it had some value. Then we'll modify our underscore categories, sorry, this categories with this categories. So let's rename one of these. So categories list, categories list, categories list. Fine. So now we will have these categories, and after this default option select category, we will bind these categories. So we'll say for each where category in categories, and here we'll say option value, it will be category dot id, and the text is going to be category dot name. Okay, we loaded our categories, and after categories we have introduction. So div class, or let me copy one of these, this thing. We have that short introduction, enter introduction, and this one as well, introduction. Cool. But the introduction, it can be a long text, not much, but more than a text box. So for this we'll use input text area. Okay, after this, if we go to our blog post model, we'll see id, title, slug, category id, user id. We can get it from the current logged in user. Introduction, all these are audit fields, but this content, this is the main content. So we need to have something for this, which will be rich text editor. Basically we need a rich text editor for this. So for now let's have a simple text area. We'll simply check the design, then we'll work on that. So here we'll say the content model dot content, enter content, and model dot content. Fine. After this we need to have our buttons. Before buttons, let's have one checkbox for this is published flag. So for this, again let me copy this thing, and here we'll use bootstrap design. So we can get it from getbootstrap.com website. I have that already. Let me copy that. So the design for a nice checkbox, we have div class from check, from switch we will use the switch. Here we need to have our input checkbox. Bind value, we will use model dot is published, and we need to add classes on this. So this is form check input, this class role switch. Okay, and after this we need to have a label. with class form check label, form check label, and it will say if this is published or not. Okay, now we need to connect these two, this label and input checkbox. So for that, let's add a ID on this input checkbox. So blog publish chk checkbox. And on this label, we'll add 4 attribute. This is pure HTML. This has nothing to do with Blazor. Fine, so we have this thing. After that, we will have our buttons. So let's have a horizontal rule here, before and after. Fine. And here we'll have div class mb3, and here we'll have our buttons. So first button, we'll have a reset button where we'll say class btn and btn danger. It will be red color. We'll say cancel, and then second button, it will be a submit button of color green, so btn success, and here we'll say save. Cool, enough coding. Let's see how it looks. I'm running the app. Okay, app is here. Let me pull it up, manage blogs, add a new blog, and now we can see this form. Fine, let's design some of the things. First thing, okay, we can get the categories as well. This thing is working, this thing is working, everything looks great. And this publish thing is also working. Now, first thing, we need to have these buttons side by side. So this button, this save button should be on right aligned, and cancel button should be some on left only. So for this, what we'll do, we'll simply check here on this div, the parent div, we will add display flex and justify content between. Fine. So let's add this class to the code. This last, fine, this thing. Now we are good with the basic design. Next thing is we need to have that this content, this as a rich text editor. What you see is what you get editor. So for this we are going to use a third-party package. So let me open the NuGet package manager, and from here we'll search for Blazor text editor, this one. We need this, install this, okay, I accept. And this got installed. Blazor text editor, yes, it got installed. Fine, save all, and now we can use that. But before that, we can add the namespace directly here, or we can add it in the imports.razor file. So if we are using it here only, so it does not matter if we are using it at a single place. The name is Blazor text editor. Where is the manage new web packages? Okay, installed Blazor text editor project URL. Let me open this project URL. And from here we can see the basic things. Install package Blazor text editor, we have installed it. Then we need to add the CSS file, the JS file. So let's do this. So you can follow the steps mentioned in this package on this GitHub. So let's follow this. First we need to add the style sheet in our layout. So let's add this. Let's go to our layout, or index.html page. We can add CSS. Oh, we are using Blazor Server, sorry. So for that we need to go to underscore host page. Yes, we need to go to underscore host page, pages underscore host.cshtml. We need to add these. Do we need both of these, or we need only sing? Okay, this is I think the minimal example. So let's use this. Here after this icon we'll add those. Fine. After that we need to add the JS, these three JS files. We need to add these. So let's copy these. We'll add these after common, or let's say before common. Okay, save it. And now we can start using it. We need to use this using, and then we can use this. So you can play around with this, but I already tried it, so I know what needs to be done. So I'll jump straight to the code. Save blog. Let's add this using Blazor text editor. Fine. And now we can use this text editor for our content. So here we'll remove this, and here we'll use Blazor text editor. Fine. So I have this already handy. So let me copy it from off screen. Okay. So I have this here. Enter content. Then we have these toolbar items. Heading 1 2 3 4 5, the formatting bold, italic, underline, main color and background color, then these ULs and OL, order list, and then adding a link. All these things I have this as toolbar content. And then this content, this is Blazor thing. So we have model.content, the HTML content here, and we need to render it. On in MVC or Razor pages we have that @html.raw. The same thing we can achieve in here using this markup string. So we can convert this HTML string to, this is raw string basically, we could say. We can convert this and dump it as HTML on the page using this, by converting this to markup string. Fine. We need to have this quill HTML, or let's say we can change it, or let's have it quill HTML only for now. So this is ref of type, we'll say private, and it will be Blazor text editor, Blazor text editor quill HTML, and it should be nullable. Fine. So we have this thing here. No error, nothing. Let's try to run it. Okay, app is here. Manage blogs, create a new blog, and we can see this. We have this thing, right? We can do this. Let's select some item, make it bold, change the background color, and let's add the numbering, and things are working. we successfully added the Blazor text editor. Now next thing is we need to fill out this form and then save the blog post. Okay, so for that, let's see if we have our service for blog post. So we have blog post service. We are getting the list of blogs. Now next thing is we need to have a method to save the blog post. So public async task, let's say save async, and we'll receive the blog post as an input to this method. Okay, now first thing, let's have this. Should we directly use blog post or we should create a DTO kind of thing? So for category, it was not required because category had 2 3 fields only, ID, name and slug. But for blog post we have so many fields and some of the audit fields and couple of other fields, right? We don't need everything. So let's create a model, and we have method result, right? It should return method result. Fine. First we'll create a model. So public class, let's say save, or let's say blog save model, and in this we'll copy all these properties. Let me copy these, then we'll filter out what all properties we need. Here we'll say we don't need this key because this is entity framework specific, we could say. We'll have all these properties like this only. We don't need this user ID because we are going to pass this separately. Created on, we don't need this. Published on, modified on, we'll use these in business logic, not as a model. Fine, so we need these things: ID, title, slug, category ID, introduction, content is published. All these fields we have on the UI, so we'll use these fields only. Fine, let's move it to a separate class and move type to blog save model. And from here we need to convert this blog save model to the blog post entity. Okay, so there could be multiple approaches. This is actually debatable, where should we have that mapping. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to have that mapping here only. So I'll say public blog post. I'll have an instance method on this. I'll say to blog entity. Fine. And here I'll simply do this: title, slug, category ID, introduction, content is published. Okay, apart from these, do we need any other ID, title? I think this is fine. Apart from these, we need the user ID that we can either pass directly to here. We can have int user ID. This will use user ID equals this user ID. So I think we are good now. Can successfully convert it to two blog entity. Cool. And now blog save model. We'll use this blog save model on our page. So we have our page save blog. The model, it will be of type blog save model now. Fine, nothing needs to be changed in the HTML. Okay, now let's go to our service and we'll receive this blog save model. And apart from this, we'll receive an user ID. What is the user ID? It is who's making this request. Okay, now we'll save it. So first thing we need to have our model. Model is barrier where let's say model only, and we'll get it from post dot to blog entity, or let's call it entity. Fine. We need to pass this user id. Fine, we have this entity here. Next thing is we'll check if this entity dot id is greater than 0 or no. Well, let's say if it is equals 0, that means we are creating a new blog post. And if it is not equals 0, it is greater than 0, that means we are updating an existing blog post. Updating an existing blog post. Fine. So when we are creating a blog post, we will verify the slug, or we could say we need to uh, slugify the slug. What if they have added some invalid characters? So for that, what we'll do, entity.slug equals, we'll say entity.slug dot to slugify. What was the method name? I forgot. Slugify. Fine. We will do this slugify. Then we'll simply save it. And for saving, what we'll do, entity dot, we are creating a new blog post, so we can set the created on to date time dot now, and then we'll check if we have set the is published to true. If that's the case, we'll add entity dot published on to the same datetime dot now. Datetime dot now. So this is published. Not is published. Published on. Okay. After that, we'll add this entity. So we'll add context dot add async, and we'll add this entity. Cool. So creation is okay. We'll work on this editing part later, but for now let's have it like this only. After this we will have await, or let's return a method result from here. Method result. Here we'll check if await context dot save change async is greater than 0. That means we saved this. We will return method result dot success. Okay, and let me wrap this thing in a try catch block. If that's not the case, we'll return method result dot failure with error message as ex dot message. Fine. Return. If that's not the case, if it was not able to save, we need to return something. And what that should be, else in that case also it should be success, or it should be failure, right? It should be failure, but the message should be, because if this is the case, then we don't know what went wrong. At least for create new case. For editing, we'll see there is one case. If we are editing an entity and nothing has changed, then the save changes async, it actually returns 0. We'll handle that later. But for now, let's use for this saving part only. So from here, we'll say unknown error in while saving the blog post. Unknown error occurred. This is kind of edge case in this case when we are creating a new blog post. Fine, save it, and now we'll use this thing on our save blog page. Fine. So for that, let me add a method here, private async task task save blog async, and here we'll call this. From here we'll say on valid submit, we'll say save blog async, and we'll inject our blog post service, blog post service, and we'll use that here. So blog post service, but before that we need to have a loading indicator, private bool is loading with default value false. So first thing, we'll set the is loading to true, is loading true. Then if it came to this exception, right now we are not throwing these, we'll say is loading equals false, and we'll show the error message. We'll show it later. For now, let's try to save it. So where result equals await blog post service dot save async, and we need to pass the blog post, which is our model, and the second parameter, which is our user ID, and that user ID we can get from where we having it login page, right? So blog state provider, blog state provider. From blog state provider we can get the logged in user, right? So let's inject this blog state provider. Blog auth state provider dot logged in user dot user ID. We have this user ID here. Cool. Now we'll check if result dot status. If this is true, that means the saving was done. If that's not the case, we'll show the error message. Fine. So let's have a string and a label string for error message. Error message. The default value will be null. Error message, and we'll set that error message when we are having any exception, and tx.message. Same thing we'll have here. So we'll say error message equals result dot message if we got some. If not, then error while saving, or error in saving blog post. Please try again. Cool. If result.status is successful, that means blog post was saved successfully. In that case, we should navigate user back to the manage blogs page, right? So for that, we'll inject navigation manager, inject navigation manager, navigation manager, Let's use this navigation manager dot navigate to, and here we'll use this URL admin slash manage blogs, and we should be good now. And return from here. Cool. I think everything is in place now. Just two things we need to show the errors. So we'll show that here. So we'll add a P, but it will be only if we have some errors. A string dot is null or white space error message. We'll add a P tag here, P, where we'll display this error message in red color. So P class text danger. Fine. And if that loading is true, in that case what we'll do, we'll simply have something here which will display the loading indicator. So we'll say if underscore is loading is true, then we'll simply show a loading indicator here. So we'll say div class deflex align item center to center vertically, and let's div and here we'll have the, okay, let me get it from bootstrap. So we'll say get bootstrap.com. I messed up with the URL, get bootstrap.com, and from here docs, and in docs we'll go for spinners. We have these spinners, so we'll copy one of these. Which version of bootstrap we are using? Using www root css bootstrap main, we are using 5.1. This is 5.3. Let's go to 5.1, and we have spinners, which is, we can get any of the spinner. So, close text align text center. Let's copy this one. So let's have it here. Div class text center, loading spinner border. Okay, if that's not the case, then we'll display our form. Fine. Okay, let's run it. It's here. Let me pull it up. Manage blogs. Create blog post. Let's try something. Something just dummy. And we need to have the same implementation we have for categories, right? If we move out of this title, then it should automatically generate this slug. But for now, let's use like this only. Category, some short introduction, some content, make it publish. Let's save it. Content field is required. It is not modifying this content field, and why it's so. Let's check. Hmm. Manage blogs. So we had this quill HTML reference. We need to get the content from here, and for that we need to get it from the save blog async. Okay, in that case we need to have manual validation for content. First thing, we need to get the content, that we can get model.content equals, we have this quill HTML, we can get content and get HTML like this. After this we'll check if this model.content has some value or not, and the issue is this is awaitable. Await. We'll check here if string dot is null or white space model dot content. We'll set error message, content is required, and we'll simply return from here. And if we are doing this, we need to remove the data annotation validation, this required from here, and on the entity side we have this required. So in database we'll have the actual value with validation. Fine, let's rerun. It's here, manage blogs, create a new blog post, again same thing, copy, paste, select, okay, published, save. We can see the loading indicator and nothing is happening. Why so? Let's have a breakpoint. Save blog, and we'll have a breakpoint, let's say here only, and after that we'll have a breakpoint here. Fine, let's rerun. Manage blogs, create, we have this, published, and save. Breakpoint, we got our content. What is loading? True, this thing. We came here, entity, slug generated, created on, published, add async, save changes, and we got an error occurred while saving this entity changes. See the inner exception, and inner exception says about user ID. And we did set user ID, right? User ID is 0. How come user ID be 0? Logged in user, user ID. Okay, let's continue. Back, next. Logged in user, logged in user. What is the issue here? We have logged in user. If it is not authenticated, login is saying log out, this post. If the user is not logged in, then how come it is displaying everything? That means user is already logged in. Get claim principal, authenticate state. Authentication state changed. We set user ID, we set display name, and we set logged in user. Now we should have this logged in user. Save is saying user ID 0, which does not make sense. Save. Shift F9 is empty true, user ID 0, logged in display name. If display name is, how come it is displaying this sub append? That means it is logged in. Okay, what am I missing? If you guys know, please do let me know in the comment. I will try to investigate what is the missing piece. We found out user ID is 0, but user is logged in, so there must be some value for this user ID. But this was not the case, and that's why this was failing. And then this loader is always here, so these two issues. First, let's fix this loader. So we'll go to save blog, and it was coming to this else condition, right? So in that case, what we should do, we should set is loading back to false from here as well. Continue. And now the main problem, why this user ID is 0, why it does not have the actual value. And that is because, first let's see if this loading icon is uh, getting hidden or not. Let's check this first. Okay, manage blog, create new blog post, save, continue, continue, and now we can see the error and that loading indicator that is not here, so this thing is working. Okay, now the main thing, why this user ID is 0. So for that, let's go to this blog auth state provider, and again my IntelliSense not working. Fine, we are here, and from here we are setting this logged in user from this blog authentication state provider underscore authentication state change. So we are setting the new value only from this event handler. Now this thing gets called whenever we are calling this notify authentication state changed. And this notify authentication state changed, we are calling it from login and logout. And in this current scenario, we are neither logging in nor logging out. So that means this thing is not getting triggered, and eventually this thing is not getting triggered and logged in user is not getting saved. But the current logged in user, this authentication state, cascading authentication state, and all this, Blazor knows the user is logged in. That's why we can see this username here, and we can see logout because user actually is logged in the system, but we don't have value for this logged in user property. So we have two approaches. Either we can set this logged in user in here. So this is the place where we are getting the current user's state from the browser's local storage. So we can set this logged in user here, first approach. And the second approach, let's have it here only. What we'll do, from here also, we'll simply notify this authentication state changed. So auth state, let's have it as a variable here. So we'll say where auth state equals, and then we'll do this here. We are setting this auth state, we are notifying the change, and then we are returning it the same way. And now let's save it, stop and rerun. And we have this breakpoint. It came here. We'll go to manage blogs, add new blog post, and let's have some dummy data. Okay. Save. This time, if we'll check, we should have this user ID. Let's continue. Here we have user ID 1. So this thing is working now. Okay, now when we have this user ID, we'll come here, we'll generate the slug. Is published was not true, so it is not published. Saved, then save changes, method result.success. From here, we'll come here, result.status is true, and now we'll navigate the user to manage blocks page. So continue, and there is some issue, object reference not set to an instance of an object, and that is category. We are using this category name, and this category is null in this case, and it is happening from our service. Let's go to blog post service, and from blog post service, when we are getting this, we need to include the category as well. So we'll say pp blog post dot category. Cool. So rerun. Okay, manage blogs. Now we have this one item, and we can see it created, modified date, category, title. It is not published, and we have this added button with this added link, and then we have this add new blog post. So let's create one more blog post. This is also some gibberish. This time let's make it published. Save it, continue, and now we can see this got saved, page got navigated back to the manage blogs page. We can see this entry, and it is published is true for this. So the creation is working as expected. Now next thing, we'll work on this edit functionality. For now, if we click on edit, if you can see the URL, it is the correct URL, but when we are in edit mode, ideally it should load up all the values from the database. So for that, let's start working. First thing, let's stop it, and then on the save blog page, what we'll do, on initialized async, in this method, after fetching the categories, what we'll do, we'll try to fetch the blog details from by using this blog ID property. First thing here, we'll check if blog ID if this is greater than 0, that means we are in edit mode. If that's the case, we need to load this particular blog post from the database. So for that, let's create a method in the blog post service. So it will be something similar to this, but it will return only single blog post. So we'll say get post async, and it will get in parameter for blog ID, blog post include as no tracking. Here we'll say first or default async, and it will be blog ID. Fine. It will be blog post dot id equals blog post id. Blog post id. Fine. What is the issue? Possible null reference here. Yes, it can be nullable. So let's do this, and okay, let's not do this because we are using blog save model to fill out the values on this page save blog. So what we are going to do, we are going to fetch the blog details and we need to fill this model. So instead of returning this blog post, what we'll return blog save model, this thing. Now we need to convert this blog post to this blog save model. So for that, again, we have two approaches, or we could have multiple approaches. We can have this thing, this mapping somewhere centralized, or we could have in blog post, but I'll use this in this blog save model only. So, or let's do one thing. Let's do this in blog post. Or no, let's do it here only. So what we'll do, we'll create a selector function. So public static, and it is going to be an expression of func of it will get a blog post and it will return blog save model. So let's say selector, the property name is up to us, and let's have it will be so blog post, and from here we'll use the same approach we did here. So we'll do this id title slug category id. Okay, now what's the issue here? All these should be bp dot blog post dot. So let me do this. Okay, bp dot, and this should be user id, and we don't have user id on the DTO, so we don't need this. We can skip this. Category id, introduction, content is published. I think we should be good now. Okay, let's use this selector in here. So what we'll do, as no tracking, after that we'll say select, and from this select we'll say blog save model dot selector, and then first or default this thing. So now we have this blog save model. Cool, get post async. Now let's go back to save blog razor page. Here we'll say where db model. So here we'll say await and blog post service dot get post async, and here we'll pass this blog id. Fine, what is the issue? Takes one argument. It is not post, it is post. Okay, now this db model, it could be null, and if that's the case, if db model is null, what we'll do, we'll redirect user back, or let's say let's have the user here only, but we will simply we should somehow indicate the user that this is not the right URL. So okay, here we could have multiple approaches. Either we can display 404 page, either we can display a alert, error alert, or we can simply navigate user back to the main page. Main page means the manage blogs page, or we can have on this page only, and we can set the error message that uh, we could say invalid URL or something like that. It's up to us, up to you, what you need, what you will do. It's up to you. You can do whatever you want, but for now, for me, let's have like this only. And in this case, invalid URL, we will not load anything, so it should be same. And if that's not the case, if we successfully fetched model from the database, then we'll modify this model to have this DB model. Fine, now we can modify it, and when we'll be saving it, then it should be the update case. Let's try it, run. It is here, manage blogs, and let's edit the first one. We have this entity framework and published no. Edit, and now we can see entity framework and published null. Back, try this one. The category name is Blazor Server Advanced and the published is yes. Let's go here. Published is yes and the category is Blazor Server Advanced. Let's update it. So we'll say update, and here let's have something like updated is published to false. Let's save it. When we'll save it, this time we have user ID, we have this blog post, but this time it should not go to first case, it should go to this updating an existing blog post. So we are here now. Fine. So now we need to work on this thing. Let's stop it and try to add the logic for updating an existing blog post. So for that, first we need to convert this post to blog entity, but this time we have a catch. That is, initially it was direct conversion, but this time we need to merge these two things. So what we'll do, we'll say here that merge, it will return entity, and we don't need user ID. For merging, we don't need ID, we need title, we don't need slug, we are not going to modify the slug. And apart from that, we should be good till here. So we'll modify title, category ID, introduction, content, and publish state. These things will merge. How will be merged? We'll say in this we will get blog post entity from the outside. And instead of doing this, what we'll do, we'll return this entity. And before returning, what we'll do, we'll modify all these properties. So we'll say this title, category, introduction is published. We'll say this, and we'll change these commas to semicolon. Now we are good. This content we can edit like this because we know this content is never going to be null from the UI side. Fine. So merge. Now let's go back here. Here we'll say blog post entity equals, we'll say model, not model, it is post dot merge, and this time it should be an empty instance of blog post. No, we are doing it wrong. We should fetch this entity from the database. So what we need to do, we need to await context dot blog posts. We don't need to include this time. We'll get first or default async bp dot id equals post dot id. Fine. Now if we have this entity is not null. This is the case where we'll add our logic, and this is extreme rare case. So we'll return it from here. We'll say this blog post does not exist. Does not exist. Fine. Now this thing, what we'll do, we'll modify this entity by merging the current save blog post model. What is the issue here? We have this entity here. Let's change this a bit, have it like this, and then move it inside this. Fine. Okay, it can be nullable. Fine. So if it is not null, we have this updated entity now. First thing, we need to set the modified on property. Now this thing, for this also, if we are doing this, very often we have multiple entities where we need to track these create and modified fields. So the better approach could be, we can override the let's go to block context. We can override the save changes method here. So override save changes methods here. Save changes async, and here we can get all the modified entities from the change tracker, and then we can do the things accordingly. So when we say change tracker dot entries, from here we can get all the entry. So we'll say something like entry in this, then we'll check entry dot state, then we'll check if this state is entity state dot modified, that means we are modifying something. So in this case we'll have that entry dot entity, and now we can typecast this entity to the actual entity type, and that we can do, either we can have a base class for all those auditable entries, or we can have some interface implemented by all those entities. Then we can directly set modified on here, and if the entry dot state, if that is added, then we can add the created on field or added on field. So this is one approach. If we have multiple uh, entities, we are doing this thing, but for now we are just using this for blog post entity, so we can have it here for the sake of simplicity. Fine. Now we'll check if this time entity dot is published. Okay, before merging it, we'll check the existing status of published entity. If, let's say, was entity published, if the entity was published, or let's say not entity, we'll say was blog post published, this will get entity dot is published if it was published or not. Now again we'll check if this is published now. If this is published now, so it was published earlier, it is published now, we don't need to do anything. So we'll say here if was it was already published, so we'll do nothing. But what if it was not published earlier and now it is published? If this is the case, it says that this is now published but it was not published earlier. So the blog post was not published in the DB, but user published it from the UI now. So what we need to do, we need to modify entity dot is published is already true, but we'll set published on, which should be datetime dot now. So we need to set this published on. Now next thing is, if that's not the case, that means this entity was not published in database, we'll add one more condition. What where we'll say if it is not published now but it was published before. So we'll say this blog post was published earlier in the DB but user now unpublished it from the UI. So in that case, what we'll do, we know entity is published is already set. In this case, we need to reset this published on to again back to null because this is not published now. So we should set it back to null. Fine. And modified on is already done. Everything looks great. Now we'll save it. So we can skip it if we want. It will automatically come here. It will do this thing. Now there is one problem I told you earlier. Let me show that problem to you. Then we'll fix it together. First, let's run it. That's a lot of code. Now let's see it in action. Okay, manage blogs. Modify the first one. And let's change entity framework to JavaScript and updated. And here also we'll say updated category to JavaScript. Okay, and let's make it published. So save. We came here this time. Entity is not null. Was published? No, it was not published. Modify. It is published right now. Yes, it is published right now. So we'll modify the published on time. And then it will come here and everything looks great. Everything is fine. It got saved. Now let's see this case. I clicked on it. I did not change anything. And this time we can see the JavaScript category is updated, introduction is updated, and the content is updated. So everything works great. Now let's save it without making any change. Okay. So we came here. Everything looks great. Is published. It was already published. Nothing needs to be done. Okay, it is working. But what changed? Okay, if it is working, then we should be good. Something is not right. Something must have changed. Oh, modified on. Okay, this modified on has changed. Now we have two approach. Either we can have it like this only if we don't want this to have it here. If we remove this line, then what will happen? This context.save changes async. It will simply return 0 because nothing has changed. In that case, it will go to else case and we will have unexpected behavior. But we have this entity.modified on, so we are good. So we don't need to worry about that case. And just I found out we missed this cancel button functionality. On canceling, it should move back to the manage blog post page. So first let's do this and then we'll work on the home page. Fine. So let's start. First, let's go to save blog page and we have this cancel button. So let's change it to navlink and then there is no point of having this type reset. Here we'll simply use href and the link will be same as we have on this back to manage blog post page. So let's copy this URL and add it here. Fine, save it and now we should be good. Add it and cancel and we are back to the manage blog post page. Fine. Now let's change this. Let's go to home page and now we'll work on home page. Index.razor, that is our home page. And then page title, first thing. So let's have it. Let's say latest posts BlazingBlog. Fine. Here is the code block, and then we'll start designing our page. So we have div class container. We'll divide our page in two columns. First column, div class row. First column will be of width 9, call sm9 to display the blog post, and then the second column for category. So here we'll say blog post, and on this section, the second section, will display categories. Save, and now if we check, we can see this blog post and categories. Now we'll work on designing these things. Fine. So first thing, let's have one heading. This. So what we'll say h1, and here we'll say latest posts, and we'll make it a little smaller, fh3. Fine, and after that we'll add one hr here. Cool. Now we need to get the blog post list basically. So for that we'll have private enumerable of blog post, and let's say posts, and we'll have default value as enumerable empty blog post. And then we'll fetch these in on initialized async, and here we'll get these posts from our blog post service. So let's inject blog post service, inject blog post service, and here we'll use this await blog post service dot get post async. Now if we go here, it is returning all the blog posts, but it was good, it was fine for admin managing blog post page, but when we are displaying it on the home page, we would only display the published ones, not all. So we have two approaches. Either we can have a separate method where we'll add that where clause to filter out only the published ones, or we can have an optional parameter here. We'll say bool published only, and we'll set it false by default, so it works on the admin page as it was working before. We don't need to change anything in the existing consumer of this method. But for now, for this new thing, what we'll do, we'll hold the query till here in a variable, then we'll return await query dot to list async. So this is same as before. Now we'll simply add if we have this true, published only is true, then we'll modify this query object, and we'll say query dot where blog post bp dot is published. Now it will only return published if we pass this flag true. Cool. Let's go to the home page, edit, and from here we'll pass that parameter as true. So we have posts now. Post will be filled here. You could have that loading indicator and all those, but I'm not having those here. First thing, we'll check here if we have some blog post or not. So for that we'll check if post.any. If we do not have any blog post, that means uh, maybe there are no blog posts, or maybe there is no published blog post. So here we'll display a message div. Fine. Here we'll display a message in, let's say, H3. We'll say no blog posts found. After this, we will add one authorized view here, and in this authorized view, what we'll say, if the user is authorized, that means user is logged in our case the admin user is logged in, so we can show a nice button. So we'll say click here to create a new blog post, because we know the user is logged in right now, so he can create a new blog post. And if the user is not logged in, then we'll simply display some p message. We'll say please check back later. Fine, and on here we'll show the link. It will be to the creating a new blog post. That means on save blog, this URL. Fine, let's save it and let's see how it looks right now. So we can see this. First, let's have some styling. Okay, so first thing, let's change this link to some button style. So on this nav link, we'll add classes. So here we'll say btn primary, at least these two. Save, and now we can see this. Now we'll move these to the center of the screen. So for that, on this container div, we'll change it to display flags, deflags, and justify content center. Fine. Now these are side by side, but we need these in one column, so we'll say flags column. Now next thing, deflags, justify content center, align items center as well to vertically align these, and then let's have some minimum height, or maybe we can add margin top so that it had some spacing from the top, or we can add the min height to this. So let's add min height of 250 px. Nice, cool. So this is fine because we are logged in. Let's log out, and now we can see the other message, no blog post found, please check back later, because in that case, in this case, basically this not authorized is working, and when we log in, then this authorized view is working. Fine. Now next thing, let's work on this categories section. So we need to load the categories. In order to do that, let's first have one more collection, enumerable categories, and it would be category, and now we need to get the categories, and to do that, let's inject the category service. So category service, and now we'll get our categories, await category service dot get categories async. Fine. Now these two calls, these are not dependent on each other. So instead of fetching both of these records using this sequential manner, let's parallelize these. So for that, what we can do, we can simply say that post task, and we'll remove await from here, so it will automatically start at this time. And for categories we'll directly await, and then for posts we'll await this post task here, post task. So now these two, how this is going to work: first it will hit line number 40, then it will start this operation, and without awaiting it will simply go to the next line, then it will start this category service and it will await for the result. And the blog post service, it is still in progress. When we got the categories, then we'll come to the next line, line number 42, then we'll await for this. So most probably it will be completed at this time, so it will result in better performance speed wise basically. Okay, so we have these categories. Now let's display these categories in this section, in this right section. So here we'll say, first let's have h3 and we'll say categories. After this we'll have one hr, save, we can see this. After this we'll have one ul here, the ul class, and we'll say list unstyled, so we don't want that default bulleted list. And here we'll add one for each loop, we'll say var category in categories, and then we'll have one li, and in li we will have one nav link with href category blog posts, and here we'll simply display the category dot name. Save it, rebuild and apply changes. And we have some problem, and the problem is invalid operation. Second operation was started on this context before the previous operation completed on db context. Fine. So the problem here is we are parallelly running two operations on this db context, on our blaze context, a BlazingBlog context. And the problem here is not problem, this is the expected behavior in this case. So when we register our blog context, so that is here, the default lifetime of this registration is scoped, and Blazor server runs in scoped lifetime. So both of these started working on the same block context, same instance. So but block this db context does not support it. So we have two approaches. First, we can change the service lifetime by using the second parameter, which is service lifetime, and we can change it to transient, so it will always be a new instance. Or second approach could be, we can simply register it as a factory, maybe func or context factory, then we can fetch those, and those will be always be a unique separate instance, we could say. But for the sake of simplicity, let's use this transient lifetime. Now rerun it. You can see these categories here. Fine, let's design these categories. So on this li, first we'll have some margin bottom, then we'll have border bottom on this li, and now on this nav link we will change the first thing, we need to remove that underline text decoration none. Fine. After this, let's make it font size 5. So this is heading 5 actually, h5. Then let's have some padding vertically. After that, I think this is fine. right? Or maybe let's have some padding on this li only. So we'll say p2, three, p1. Okay, p1 is fine. Now, because the screen is smaller, okay, let's make it fs6 first. And this thing, it is coming to the next line. It looks good. If you don't want it, you could use text truncate uh, class here. Then you can use the block on this. So you will see this dot 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 if you want this. And in my case, I think that is fine if it is flowing through the second line. So we are good with this. Fine. So category list is here. Now let's work on this blog post. So right now we cannot see any blog post. The reason is we have two blog posts, but both of these are not published. So let's publish these. Save and save. Now these are published. Now if you go to home page, we cannot see anything because we have not added the else condition for this no post found. So let's add else condition here, and in this else case we'll simply create a list of blocks. So ul star, and in class we'll say the same list unstyled. And here for now let's uh, see if posts are loading. So we'll use for each where post in posts, and for now let's simply add the post dot title, save it, and now we can see these two blog posts. Now let's design these. So, for this we have first in li we'll do we will have one div class row, and here also we'll have two columns. First column div class call sm2, and the second one 10. In first one we'll show a nice box with div class, or let's have a border only, sorry, not border, label. We'll add some classes, and here we'll add the initials of the title. So we'll say post dot title dot substring 0, 2 characters sd and we. Now next thing, on this label class we'll add first thing, let's make it bigger, fs1. Second thing, let's make it uppercase. Fine. Now on this call sm2, let's have some background color. So bg primary. Fine. And we'll have this as rounded corners, so rounded. Okay, let's have some spacing between these two. So on li we'll add mb3. Okay, now let's move this text to the center of this box. So for that, on this we can have deflex and justify content center and align items center. Save. Okay, now let's change this to text to white. Fine. In the call sm10, let's have one h2, and here we'll have nav link with href, blog post detail page, and here we'll display the post dot title, rebuild and apply changes. Okay, we'll design this now. H2 nav link, we'll add some classes on this. So first we don't need this uh, underline, so text decoration none. After that, let's change it to color black. Fine. After that, let's make it a bit smaller. FS5. Fine. Okay. Now let's have HTML title element. So post dot title. So we will. It's a good practice to have title attribute on the anchor links. Fine, we have this thing. After this, we'll add the category and published date time. So after this h2, we'll have one small tag, and here first we'll have one label. In this label, we'll have one nav link with href as category blog post, and here we'll display post dot category name. Save it, and we can see this category name. And after this label, we'll add one more label, and in here we will display post dot published on, and we can modify this published on dot value dot to string to short date string. Okay, and we know this will never be null in this case, so we can add this sign, and now we are good. We don't need this uh, underline, so let's have some styling on this nav link. So first text decoration none, and then have the title element. Here we could say post dot category name blog post, so it will say blog post. Let me rerun it. There is some issue. What is the issue? No. Title text. Post category name. Title decoration. What is the issue? Blog post does not contain categ. What is categ? Category name. Category name. It is not able to pick up. Maybe my intelligence is not working or something not right with this. Post Okay, let me close the Visual Studio and open it again. Category name. Yeah, let me close Visual Studio. And yes, now there is no issue. Let's run it. No, there is some issue. Component attributes do not. Oh, okay. So there is one thing which we need to change these components. For Blazor components, we cannot mix and match dynamic, razor, and these static strings. So we cannot do this. This is a limitation of Blazor. So we can do this thing on this label. This is fine because this is not a Blazor component. This is pure HTML component. So for this, what we need to do, we need to have it as a variable outside. We'll say category title, and then we can have it like this, and then category title we can. So the problem here is either if we'll have just this, it will work because now this is all dynamic, and the second thing is it this will work because this time it is all static content. Okay, so now we need to do this category title. Now it will work. Now it is here and we can see the title element. Now let's continue. Okay, after this small, let's have a P, and here we'll display the introduction. Okay, fine. Now we have this introduction. Cool. And we'll make it a bit smaller. So we'll say FS 6. Fine. Now next thing is this background color. This is now right now static. We added BG primary. So let's say we have 10 posts on this page. So all those have this color, but we need to randomize it. We will randomize this color. And then second thing, this these initials as the, what if I have a blog post which has something like a something which starts with a single character and then something like this. Let me do this and I publish it. And now if I go to home page, you see only A, but it should have shown two characters. The problem here is it starts with A and then space. So we have first two characters A and space does not show up when we display it. So we need to somehow fix this as well. So we have two things. First, getting the initials. Second, this background color randomization. So these two things will, for these two we'll create a new class for our utilities. So let me stop it. We can have it in a folder, or I'm going to have it as a class on the root. So we'll call it, let's say, utilities. This is going to be static. So first we need to make that randomize function. So for that we'll use public static read only and string array, and we'll say color classes because Bootstrap provides some built-in color classes. So we'll use those. First we have primary, then we have success, then we have info, danger, warning, and then we also have dark. So we have these classes. Now we'll have one public static string, let's say get random color class. From here we'll simply return this underscore color classes dot, we can add order by GUID dot new GUID. So we are randomizing it and then we are returning the first item from here. So it will be some dynamic class. Let's use this in our index.razor page. So instead of having this hard coded here bg hyphen primary, we'll do this at the rate utilities dot get random color class. Fine. Now if we run it, it is coming up, we can see this, and if we refresh it we can see different colors, right? Now let's use the same color as a light background of this section, the right section. So for that, what we need to do, we will extract out this color in a variable because we need to use the same color. So we'll say where color equals this thing, and now we'll use this color here, and after that on this call sm10 we'll use same thing bg hyphen this color, but this time we need not like this, like this time we need this color to light color. So for that we can use bootstrap's utility class for fading the background. So we have bg opacity, then we can use this. So let's save it and let's check how it looks now. And now you can see if we refresh, so the right color is the lighter version of this color. Okay, so it looks good, it is starting looking good. Fine. Next thing, let's do this these initials. So for this, what we'll do in our utilities class, we'll create one more class. So we'll say public, or we can have it uh, as an extension method on the string, or maybe let's have it here only. So we'll say public static string, and we'll say get initials, and we'll get the text as a parameter. And here first let's have a default initial, so that will say const string default initials, and this will say BlazingBlog BB. And now we'll start working on this. So we'll say if this is not null or empty, then we'll do the thing. If that's not the case, we'll simply return the default initial. Default initial. Although it is rare case, but yeah, let's do this. After this, we'll break this text into parts. So we'll say text dot split with space, and from spacing we'll add some flags to this. So string split options dot remove empty entries, and string split options dot trim entries. Now we'll have these parts, and then we'll check if parts dot length is greater than 1. If that's the case, we'll return parts of 0, this is the first word, and from here we'll get the first character, right? Parts is a right now an array or collection of words. So when we say this part 0, this is the first word, and when we add again this 0 index, then it is the first character. After this we'll say parts of 1 and then 0. So what it will do, if something is like the title is something new framework called Blazor, something like this, then what it will do, it will get the initials N and F. So first characters of the first two words, something like this. Okay, and if that's not the case, we'll say text dot length. So here what we are saying, here we are saying that this text, it has only one single word. In that case we'll check the character count. If it is greater than 1, then we can get first two characters. So for that we can use the range. So we will see this from 0 to 2 index, first two characters basically. If that's not the case, we can return default initial, or we can return simply text with the single character, and we should be good. This is extreme rare case. Okay, now let's use this. Where are we displaying it? Here, right? So let's remove this, and now we'll say utilities dot get initials, and we'll pass post dot title. Save and rerun. Now we can see the initials, right? Okay, fine. So this thing is working now, and the text, it looks very bad because I have just added some random characters. Fine. Now next thing is, let's work on the these category links. So when we click on some category, it should open up the same page. We can have the, because we are having the list, so we'll use the same page to list out the category blog posts. Okay, so for that let's do this, or maybe before that what we can do, we can extract out all this thing, this blog post, this UL actually. We can extract this out in a separate component, or we can have it here also, it's up to us. So let's move this to separate component, and that component we will have that in components, and here we'll create a razor component. Let's say blog list, a blog post list. Fine. And here we'll simply cut this thing and paste, and now everything looks fine. Just this post thing, we need this post from its parent. So let's add a property here, and it will be of type INumerable blog post, and let's name it post only, and it will be in parameter, and let's have the default value numerable dot empty blog post. Now let's use this component from there and use pass this blog post from the this section. So we'll use that blog post list, and let's use this BlazingBlog.component in the imports.razor section, so we don't need to have the fully qualified path when we are using that component. Continue editing, go back. Now we can do this blog post list. And from here we need to pass this parameter and we have this. It looks clean now. Cool. After this, let's work on the rebuild and apply changes. Let's work on the category posts. Okay, we can see the exact same thing. Fine. For category blog post, we will be on this same page. So if we will be on the same page, we need to add some different URL. So for that, we'll use another page directive. And here we'll say, let's say C for category. And then we'll have category slug. And then we'll have blog post for this. So blogs or blog posts. Or let's have just posts. Like this category slug and then this thing. Now we need to have one property here for that string and this will be nullable because if we are on the default case then there will be no category slug and this will be parameter. Find this thing. Now next thing is if this category slug is not null, in that case we got some value, and if that's the case we need to modify this getting category section, sorry, getting post section, right? Because now we need to filter out these posts by this category. So for that we need to modify this get posts async, this method. So for that what we can do, publish only, let's go here and we'll pass one more parameter. Here we'll say category slug and we'll have null value here, the default null. And after this published or maybe before this published, we'll add another if condition. Here we'll say if string dot is not is null or white space. If that is not the case and we have category slug, basically if that's the case we'll filter out these by the category name, this category, not category name, category slug. So for that what we need to do, first we'll get the category ID of this category slug. So for that we can do where category ID equals await and we can say context dot categories dot as no tracking and then we'll say dot where, or let's say first or default. From here we'll say c dot slug equals category slug. We have this category ID and we'll check if category ID is not null. Okay, we need only single thing, so we'll add, let's change it to where, and then add the select with c.id only and then first.default. So now this will be category ID. Here we'll check if category ID is greater than 0. So we have category ID. Now we can add this category ID filter to this query. We'll say query dot to where bp dot category ID equals category ID. So we added this extra condition here. Save it, continue editing, and now we need to pass this category slug as well to this thing. Fine, now we'll have category blog post. So let's see it. So JavaScript, right? We have not changed the URL, but we'll change. But for now, let's try this. So we have C slash then JavaScript slash post. So we can see only one blog post which is of JavaScript, right? And if we change it to something like, let's say, SQL Server, then we will not have any post because we don't have any post in this category. What other category we have? We have Blazor, right? So here we can say Blazor and we'll see one Blazor post. Fine, so it is working. Now if we are on this page, first let's add the links to these. And okay, maybe before that, let's change this heading. So if we are looking at some category blog post, then this heading should not say latest post. It should say the category latest post. So for that, we need to have some logic to make this heading dynamic. So for that, what we can do, instead of hard coding this latest post and this latest post, we'll create one variable here. So we'll say private string and we'll say, let's say heading with default value latest post, and in on initialized async we can check if, and now we have a problem. Okay, we'll try to tackle that later, but for now let's say if we have some value in category slug, so let's check if not string dot is null or white space category slug. If that's the case, we'll say heading equals latest and then we'll add category slug here. Ideally it should be category name. We'll do that later, but for now let's have it category slug only. So category slug and post. Fine, so we modified this heading. If this is not the case, it will use the default latest post heading. Cool. Now let's add the category links here. So we know C slash, now we have the category slug, then post, right? So let me copy this thing, and now this category slug, this part should be dynamic, so it should be category dot slug. But the problem again, this nav link, this is a Blazor component, so we will have to have this category link here. So category post link, here we'll use this thing, and instead of this category slug, what we'll do category dot slug, and then we'll use this category post link here with this href. Okay, and same thing we need to do in this blog posts list, right? Because we have this thing, where is blog post list? This one. Here also we have this category blog post, this link, right? So we need to have that category link here. So we'll pass one more parameter to this, where we can simply say that this is the category slug, right? Or we can have the category slug directly from here, because we are including the, we can have it directly here. So what we can have here, we'll say category title, color, and after this, or maybe before this, we'll say for category, we can have category name here. Oh, sorry, category slug we need. Category slug. So we can get this from post dot category dot slug, like this. Category slug. So category blog post, right? So C, then sorry, not category slug. We need to have this complete thing. Okay, and for category slug we can use this thing. Fine, and now category post link, we'll use this here. Cool. Save it, save this page, and let's rerun. App is here, we can see this. Now if we click on this, let's say this JavaScript, we can see the URL, and URL is changed. But if you notice, nothing on the UI is changing, right? The URL is changing from here we can see this the color of these boxes, this is also changed. That means something is happening for sure, but the content is not getting modified, and that's because how Blazor or any single page application framework works. If we are on the same page and if the route changes, then automatically it uses the same instance of the page, so it is not calling. In our case, if we check, we have this on initialized async, so this method is not getting called second time when the URL is changing. But we can have one method, so if we'll add breakpoint here and then on this thing, right? So let's rerun and let's see when these two things are getting called. On initialized async, continue. On parameter set, continue. On initialized, this is now on client side. Okay, now if we change JavaScript, we can see on parameter set async and initialized is not called. If we change category, on parameter set async, initialized is not getting called. So because we are changing the parameter of this category slug when we are changing this route, so this method is being called on parameter set async, not on initialized async. So what we should do in this case, we should add our logic in the this on parameter set async, right? So let's extract out this logic from here and we'll create one method here. So private async task, and let's say load data async, something like this, and we'll have this logic here and we'll call this method from on parameter set async. So we'll say load data async, or let's just set data async, because what we are setting categories and all these things. Set data async. Fine. And here one thing which I want to emphasize, so when we are doing this, category select is changing, posts will be changed, but what about categories? Categories will not be changed, right? Because this right category list, that will be same, so there is no point of refetching the category. So for this, what we can do, we can simply check before doing this, we will check if we already loaded categories or not. If we don't have categories already loaded, then only we'll fetch categories. Fine. Now we can remove this on initialize async. We are not using this anymore. So save it, rebuild and apply changes. Let's see now. Latest post, fine. Blazor Server Advanced. We can see Blazor Server Advanced, ASP.NET Core. URL is changing, this thing also changing. SQL, Entity Framework, Blazor, Blazor Server, Blazor Work, JavaScript. So we have whatever element we have data for, that only is getting loaded. And if we click on home page, then all the data will be here, right? So these things are working as expected. The only thing which is not working, this is this latest posts. right? This heading should have changed. Okay, this is not changing because we have not used this heading in this template. So we'll do this here as well as here. H1. Save it, rebuild, and now we should have everything in place. Find latest posts, latest entity framework posts, latest Blazor server posts. Fine. Things are working. Homepage, cool. JavaScript, home, Blazor server advanced. All links are working. Everything is working, right? Now, next thing, we need this thing to be category name. So maybe I can leave it to you. You can think of a solution. The problem here is if we use this, if we fetch this every time from the database, we can ideally have, but we can have it in somewhere in memory in caching. From there we can load the category. So it's up to us how we are thinking about it. Or we could have another approach, but no, that is not that good. What I was thinking, maybe when we have this category list, we already have this category list, and then we can simply uh, apply a filter on this category list to fetch this, but that will be kind of later. Or maybe we can do this. Yeah, why not? Let's do this. So this thing will add after this. So this time we are sure that we will have this categories collection loaded. So we can get the category name from this category. So we'll say category name. We have these categories. What we'll do, categories dot where c dot slug equals this category slug dot first dot name. Then we can use this category name here. Save it, edit, run. Now we should have the correct category name. Okay. Okay, Blazor Server Advanced, voice. Okay, things are working now. Fine. We are logged in, that's why we are seeing these things. If we log out, then we'll simply see this message. Okay, cool. So this thing is also working. Now next thing, we need to work on the detail page. Please like this video if you like my content. Please share this video, subscribe my channel. We worked on showing the posts on this home page and this category box. So category wise posts and then these posts. Next thing, what do we need to do? Okay, we have one bug here. So if we now we are on this Blazor Server Advanced, and if we go to home page, content is changing but this heading does not change. So let's fix this, and after this we'll work on detail page, the blog's detail page. So first let's fix this heading part. So for this, what we can do, we have this set data async method and we were using this thing. In if we have category slug, in this case we don't have category slug, so we'll simply reset our heading to the initial text. Save and it should work. Let's see it. So this is home page, category page, and if we go to home page we can see this. Okay, this is fixed. Now let's work on detail page. Right now we have this dummy URL, we don't have anything. Fine, so first thing we need to have one page for this. So in pages folder we'll create a new Razor component and let's call it blog details page, and we need to have page attribute because this is routable component, and here we'll say let's say post, and then we'll have the slug of blog post URL, right? This blog post URL basically. And if we are using the slug, we need to have one property here, which will be the slug, and this should be parameter. Fine. Now let's add this URL to our blog post. Where is the blog post component? Blog post list without razor, this thing. So this URL we need to make it dynamic. So let's have one more variable here, blog details URL, detail page URL, detail page URL, and we'll set it here. And this slug, it should be from this post. So we'll post, say post dot slug. This is detail page URL, and we'll change this to this detail page URL. Save it, and if we run it, we can see this URL navigating user to the detail page. Click on it, and now we are on detail page, and blog details, we can see this text as well. That means the linking is working. Now let's fetch the blog details. Let me pin it, and fine. So here first we'll have a private blog uh, post, and here we'll first have default, or let's have it null. So we'll have it nullable. This is because what if we have some invalid URL? So for that we'll use this thing. So we'll override on initialized async, and in here we'll check if we have some value in the slug. So if not, string dot is null or white space slug, that means we have some value in the slug. Then we'll fetch this blog from the database. So we'll say dbblog, and we need to inject blog post service, inject blog post service, blog post service, and in this blog post service, let's add one more method to get the blog details. Okay, we have this get post async, right? But this is for admin, for editing a post, right? So let me add one more method here. So we'll say public async task of blog post null label get post by slug. Okay, and here we'll say we'll expect a parameter of type slug, of type string, and here we'll say await context dot blog post dot as no tracking, then dot to where we will use only the published one, because we know that this should be published one. It is published, and bp dot slug equals to slug, and then we'll have default, or rather we can change this where to direct first or default async. Fine, so get post by slug async. Cool, let's go here, and on this blog post service we'll fetch this, get this thing, and we'll pass the slug to it. Now we could have this db blog as null. If that's the case, we will display something not found or something like that. So let's have, okay, let's have it not nullable. And let's have one more private bool variable. We'll say not found, which is false by default. And in this case, we'll set it to true, not found true. And if that's not the case, then we know it. So the post will be this db block. So now we have this thing. Cool. Now we need to design this page. Fine, let's design this. So we'll start with the same design we have on index. So let me copy these two things. Come here, do this, and here we'll say the post dot title, then this heading, we for now let's have it as post dot title and only, and after this if and else, right? So we don't need this else and we don't need this if also. So if we'll add the thing here, and now categories here, we need the same categories thing here as well. So we for now let's have it like this only. We'll try to move it to a separate component. So we have categories list. Now we need to fetch the categories list in on initialized async, and we need to inject this category service. Fine, so categories is this. Now in this first section we'll have our complete design. So for that what we'll do, h1, right? Let's do one thing. Let's have if condition here, not found, not found. If not found is true, it's okay. If not found is true, do something. If that's not the case, do something, right? So if not found, then what we'll do, we'll follow the same thing we were following here in this case, right? This thing. So let's add this thing here. Here we'll say no blog post found, or let's say not found. Rest. And here from here create a new blog post, or we can say okay, let's do one thing. Let's not have this authorized here. We'll simply have one nav link which will navigate back to the main page, and here we'll say click here to see the latest blog post. Okay. And if that's not the case, then we'll work on our actual design. When we have the blog post, okay. First let's try to run it. Let's see how it looks. We have it here. If we go to this, we can see the heading. If we add some random URL, some wrong URL, then we can see not found. Click here to see the latest blog post. If we click on it, it will navigate us back to the home page. Fine, now we'll work on the design. First thing, we'll have some that randomize color here on this H1. So after this S3, let's make it FS1 because we need it bold, and then on this h1 we'll have that background color, so bg, and then the same thing, that random color. So we'll say utilities dot get random color class, and we'll use this bg color. Fine, save it. Let's see it. Okay, now we'll add some other classes as well. First we'll do text white. Okay, after that we'll have some padding. Okay, this is already in center, so we don't need to do anything else. Let's have rounded corners as well. Rounded. So this is fine now. Okay, if we refresh it, the color will be changed. It will be some random color. Fine. After this, HR, then we'll have the same small tag, and here we'll have those same label, two labels, right? Let's copy that thing from blog post list, this tag, or both of these things. Stop. What is the issue? Okay, category post link and category title. Category post links and category title. Copy these two as well and have this here. Save. Let's move this HR after this introduction, and now let's have the main content. Save, and here we'll display our blog dot, sorry, post dot content, and this is HTML content. We need to display it as HTML. So for that we'll convert this to markup string, and now it will be displayed as HTML here. Let's run and see. Okay, let's see some detail page, and we have some exception category name, because when we are fetching the blog post by this thing, we need to include the category. Dot include category. Fine. Rerun. Detail page, and again object reference not set to instance of an object. What happened? Maybe it did not pick the new thing get post by slug async, right. Let's run. Okay, again issue. What is the issue? What am I missing? Let's see. On blog details page, this is in else, but categories, let's add the breakpoint here and then here. Okay, let's continue. We are on initialized async. We came here, and now we should have post. ready. No, not found is not true. Not found will be true only in this case. Oh, my bad. When this await hit, at that time, uh, the control actually moves back to render the HTML, and this time blog post this has default value, but the not found it has false. It is false. It is not true. So it come here, it try to render this thing, but this is kind of loading section. This is loading screen. So let's stop it and let's have one more condition. Here we'll say if post is not null, then we need to do this, and the else part will be for loading screen, which we are not having right now. We could have ideally soon. So we can have here something loading or fetching blog post, something like this. Let's run it, and we don't need these debugger breakpoints, so disable all. Fine, and we have this, and again we missed something this time. Post is not null. Do we have post null? No. Okay, have it null. The default is null or no. Now let's change this condition. So we'll do this post dot id is greater than 0. Then do this. Save and continue. Okay, page is here. And now we can see the data. Go back, see some other data, add some invalid URL, see latest post, come here, JavaScript, entity framework, Blazor server, detail page, and from detail page we can click on this and we can go back to this category post page. Fine. Okay, cool. So I think everything is working. The only thing we are duplicating this content, this section, the categories on this home page and on the this detail page. We are duplicating this content. So let's move this content to a separate component. So what we'll do in our components folder, we'll create another razor component and let's say categories box. Okay, and for this categories box, we'll simply copy this section from H3 to this here, right? Categories box, remove this and we'll have this thing. Same thing we'll do on this detail page. We'll simply comment this out for now and we'll use that categories box at both the places. Save. Now on this categories box, we need to have these categories and we need to get these categories. We need to fetch these categories. For that, we need to inject our category service. So inject category service. We'll say category service. Category service. And for this, let's go to again on initialized, override on initialized async, and here we'll get value for this category. So let's get it from some of its parents. So categories, move out of this and then we'll do this thing here. We'll load the categories. Override async and task. Fine, now we can render these categories. Do we need anything else? Or we are good with this? Let's see. Save everything, and from here we can remove this thing now. We can remove this. On index, we can remove these categories, and now we'll have one issue for this category name, right? Okay, we'll do this in a bit. Till then, let's use category slug only. Category slug. First, we'll see if things are working, then we'll work on having this thing. Run. It should look and behave same. Category box, we can see it here. Go to details page, we can see it here. And on the this thing also working same, working as expected, right? As is it was working earlier. Find home page. From here also it is working. Home page, then detail page, and from detail also it is working. Fine. Everything works fine. We just need to have this thing dynamic now. So for that we somehow need to get the category name from this box, right? So we need to pass data from child component to parent component. So in order to do that, we need to have one property. Basically, we need to propagate one event. So we'll say prop event callback, event callback, and we'll say we'll pass category name back, and we'll say it's something all category name set or all on category name found, something like this. So what we'll do on category name found, we'll set that thing. Should we do this after this thing? It will work only for the first case, not after that. First we need to have get the category name. So let's have a private async task. Let's say set category name async. Okay, and here first we'll get the category. Okay, the category name we need to get it on the basis of slug. So for that first we need to add parameter on this, and let's expect one parameter of type string. String the label string, basically category slug, and this will also be a parameter. And here first thing we'll check if we have this category slug, is null or white space. If we have category slug, then we'll fetch the category name like this from categories collection. After that we will notify the parent by invoking this event, invoke casing, and we need to pass the category name from it. Category name and await. And the set category name async, we will call it after setting the categories. Await. Fine. Now let's go to its parent, and we need to do this only for blog this index page, right? Yes, because on index page only we are setting the uh, heading. So here category box, first we'll pass the category slug as category slug, and then on category name found. Here we'll say, let's say what we can do, we can say private async task set heading, set heading, or category name, set category name, set heading only, set category name heading. I don't know what I'm doing, but it will expect one parameter category name, and we'll use that method here, set category name heading, and when we got that, we'll simply move this condition out of here to here. So that means not set category name heading, it should just be set heading and it should be nullable. Set heading, and let's call it set heading, and after the set data as async, for the first case it will be heading, and after that set data async, set data async. Okay, okay, let's right now have like this only. We'll see what else needs to be done. Private void set heading, if category slug is not, then we'll use this category name. Category slug is not this, and not string dot is null or white space category name. Then we'll do this. Latest category name post and latest post. Okay, okay, okay. Stop, save, and run. It should work. Okay, we have it here. Everything looks fine. SQL Server, and this thing is not modifying. And if we are on this, okay, if we are refreshing the page with something, then it is getting this. But if we change it, so it's the same case we were facing earlier, from here it will work. So we are on detail page, and let's say Blazor Server Advanced, then we can see it, because now we are changing the page. The point here is this categories box. On this categories box we are calling this await set categories name async from on initialized, and it is already initialized on the page, index page. Then we are simply changing the URL, so it is not calling this on initialized again. So for this, what we need to do, we need to follow the same approach by overriding on parameter set async. On parameter set async, now we'll simply move this thing to here. Patching categories is fine. Now we need to have one way. So for these categories we have this check, that means it will be fetched only once. But if we miss this, so this on parameter set async, basically this condition is same as on initialized, because categories will be initialized already, then this method is not going to be called, but we need this method to be called. Now in this case, in current situation, after if we have this, now there is one problem. This on parameter set async, it gets called so many times for any of the parameter change, any re-rendering, it works. So we somehow need to check if actually we need to actually call this or not, and that we can get if we are clicking, or if we are changing the category slug. So for that we need to keep track of what previous selected slug was. So we can say private string, this will be null label. We'll say previous slug, okay, and the previous slug, after setting this category, will check if previous slug is not equals to category slug. Then only we'll invoke this. Then only we need to indicate the parent that category slug has changed. If that's not the case, we'll simply not else, but we'll simply set the current category slug to this previous slug. I think everything is in place now. Let's stop and run it. Everything should work fine now. Okay, we are on home page and we cannot see any category, and that's because on home page we do not have anything. Now we can see, but on home page the category slug was not there, so nothing got called. So we need to change this, or we need to initialize the data in on initialized async function. This is fine. Now there could be one case when this does not get called first and we got here. In that case, set category name async, that will not be there. So for this, what we can do, we can check if previous slug is not equals to current slug, and if we already have categories loaded, okay, we can have this here and here at both the places, right? Whatever method is getting called first or whatever gets missed, we don't have any problem in either case, right? Okay, one thing we can do, we can simply have a private helper method, private async task, we can say load categories async, and we can move this thing here. So from on initialized async, we'll simply call this await load categories async, and same thing from here. This method automatically checks if it has already loaded the categories or not. Save everything, run it. Looks like we have some exception here. What is that? Console second operation started on the context instance before. What is this, current or is this old one? Let's refresh. What does it mean? This is usually caused by the different threads concurrenting using the same instance of DB context. We have that, but category service. Okay, so it happened both of these things. This load category async, it is getting executed from both the places at the same time. So it came here, it started this operation, and then it returned to on parameter set async. From here also this operation was not successful, so categories dot any was not completed, so it started it again. Okay, so what we should do, we should add one more condition here. So from on initialized, we'll load the categories, and we load these categories from here. Should we load or no? I think we don't need to load this because we already have the categories loaded. Save, stop, and run. Okay, we can see the categories, we can move around, things are working, and we can see this changing, URL changing, and the content as well changing. Blazor, Blazor WebAssembly, Vue.js. Let's go to the detail page, and from detail page also we can change these. Fine, so everything looks working. Manage blogs, manage categories, about section. There is nothing on about section, so let's have some dummy text on about. Where is about? We don't have that about page, right? So let's create one razor component about, and we'll add the page directive about, and then we'll simply, first thing, we'll set the page title, which about us, blazing blog. After that, let's have div, class, container. Let's say margin from top and bottom 5, and in this we'll have one heading, let's say about us, and then some simple text. This is a simple blog app, blog web app built using Blazor Server with .NET 7 by Abhay. Save and run. Okay, about, we can see this nice text. Home, category wise blog posts, home page, detail page, manage categories, add new category, edit existing category, manage blog posts, add a new blog post, edit a new blog post, and everything seems to be working as we envisioned. So now everything is working fine. Just one thing which I want to show you. So we are logged in, everything is working as expected. We can go to manage categories, manage blogs. Now let me copy this manage categories page and log out. Now we cannot see that link, and everything else is working same. Now, what if I paste that link in the browser URL bar and I press enter? So we can still access this manage categories page, right? But user is not logged in. We can see this login page, and same will happen with the blog page, manage blogs. So we can still see this page, but this is not what we want. We have implemented authentication, login, logout functionality, so it should work like that, right? So for that, the missing piece is we need to go to these manage blocks and manage category pages. On these pages, we need to add an attribute which is authorized. So let me copy this, and on manage categories and then save block. On these three pages, we need to have this authorized attribute. Now let me stop everything and rerun the app. App is here. Now the existing functionality, it is working as expected as before. Now let me paste the URL here. This is not what we want. Okay, let's manage blogs, and we can still access this. And why so? authorized manage posts admin/manage blocks, and we can access this as well. What is the issue? We have authorized attribute. We are using authentication and everything, right? And okay, so here's the issue. The issue is we are using route view, which is for default normal routes, but if we are using authorized attribute on the Razor pages, on these Blazor routable components, what we need to do, we need to change this route view to authorized route view. And using authorized route view, it gives us other functionality as well. So here we can have the same things we had in our template, basically authorizing and not authorized. So these two things, and if the user is authorized, then these attributes, this route data, this current route, it will automatically render that page. And if it is not authorized, we can add our own custom message. We can add one custom message in this authorizing state as well. And if you don't want, we can simply remove this. This will also work without any issue. So, but it's better to display what is happening so that user knows that something is happening. So when this is in authorizing state, we can say, please wait, or let's say checking auth state, please wait, something like this. And if user is not authorized, then we can simply have some message. For example, let's say h4 with class text center and text danger, and we can say you are not authorized to view this page, right? And we can also have one button to go redirect user back to the, let's say, home page. So nav link, we'll have href slash, which is to the default page, and here we can say go to home page. We'll save everything and we'll rerun it. Now let's see. Okay, app is here, and other functionality which was before, that is working same. We can move around everywhere. Now let's try to open that page, and we can see you are not authorized to view this page, and go back to home. We can design it, but for now let's leave it like this only, or maybe it's an assignment for you guys. You can try to design it out. So we cannot see this page because we are not authorized, and we will be able to see all other pages. Now if we log in and then we go to these pages, we can see these pages, right? Let's check one more time. I'm copying this URL, log out and paste it, and now we are not authorized to view this page. So that concludes all these functionalities. So please like this video, share this video, subscribe my channel, and please add comments about did you learn something new, do you have some feedback for me or for this series, so anything. Okay, so that's all for this series. I'll be back with some new content with new video. Till then, bye bye.